look, I can use the microphone and everything. Hello. Oh, come on, you can do better than that. Oh, there we are. Oh, how nice. What? I have so many questions about what's going on here. You ever seen someone go, that's a bodge? They're like, I've made a secondary carpet. They're kind of like flowers. Actually, they are kind of like flowers. Who's... Yes. You're like, the desire to put them up and go, what's under here is quite strong. Okay, I feel like we need to do a proper introduction. The problem is, usually I have somewhere to hide, but I don't have anywhere to hide, so I'm going to make a fool of myself very early on, which is, as you've already noticed, not a problem. I'm going to hide over here by Victoria. Mackenzie was what I just called you. I was like, that's an interesting thing. Okay, wait. Just all avert your eyes, look over there. I'm going to disappear. Oh. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please make a big round of applause and welcome to the stage your host, Emma Holmes! Way! Oh, thank you! What a surprise! Oh, that's always good. Oh, thank you very much. So nice to be here. I've done every single TEDx at Wageningen University. Somehow they haven't fired me yet. Every year, they're like, you can come back. This time the guy who hired me goes, I didn't see you last year. And I'm like, probably the best. All right, that's probably for you. That's probably a good thing. Okay, how's everybody doing? It is early on a Saturday. I work as a performer at night times. This is very early for me. I think we should start by getting... Well, no, I should do the formalities first. So Alessandro sent me an email. He said, you have to remember one thing. And what have I done? Emma has... forgotten it, correct. No, I have to thank our sponsors. Was it sponsors? Collaborators? Sponsors was the word. Let's see if I get it right. Wageningen ambassadors. Woo. Wageningen dialogues. Woo. At this point, where it's mostly Wageningen based. And Kickstart, which could mean anything. But they have kickstarted the event. Hey. Anyone here from the sponsors today? Nope, no one cared. Okay. That's always good. Okay, you've got me for a long time today, all right? It doesn't get better with time. I just get sweatier and more energized. Okay, I want to see who we have in the audience today. Can you put your drink, if you have a drink with you, maybe put it under your chair for a second. Let's get to know each other a little bit. Put them somewhere safe. No drinks, great. Very good. One person moves their drink. And then I'd like you all to stand up. I'm just going to see if we can find out who's in the room a little bit. Maybe I should have started sitting down. That made more sense. Okay, all sit down. I've changed my minds. There we are. Okay, stand up if you're a student. Oh, it's a good chunk of you. Good chunk of you. All right. Sit down. Stand up if you're not a student. There's less. There's less. These are people with jobs. This is what you could be one day. Have a seat. Well done. Things to look forward to. Stand up if you are Dutch. Oh, plot twist. Oh, okay, have a seat and stand up if you're not Dutch. Okay, now begins my favorite game. Dutch people, I'm sorry, you've already sat down. This is called Who's the Most Exotic in the Room According to Me. All right, let's see who we have in here. If you are, well, obviously, the Dutch have sat down already. If you're from Belgium, anyone from Belgium? Sit down. No one likes Belgium. I don't. I hate Belgium. In the nicest way. People are lovely, food is lovely, everything about it is lovely, but your fucking roads, what is wrong with you? I'm a cyclist. I go there, I come back with less bones. I come back 2 centimeters shorter than when I left. Okay, if you're English, please sit down. Nope, they're out colonizing. Very good. If you're French, any Frenchies in this evening? Oh, you can sit down. That one didn't need breakfast. Usually in France, we need breakfast a lot. This point, the girl's going, what is your link to France? I was like, I grew up there. Huh. And everyone goes, really? And then I go, yes. And then I go, you speak French? I'm like, mais oui. Any Irish in this evening? This evening. You can see what I usually do. It's 10 in the morning. Any Irish? Have a seat. Nope, no Irish. They're out drinking. Very good. Okay, now we get on to, we've done my countries. Let's get on to gross generalizations and sweeping statements. Western Europe, sit down. Now here, wait, stop. Before you sit, I have a confession to make. All of you can stand midway. That's fine by me. My version of Europe works as following. There's no north and there's no south. There's west and east. All right? So if you consider, pick a side and go with it. Western Europeans sit down. Actually, you know what? Screw it. Europeans sit down. Let's see who's left. Oh, we're down to a few. Oh, okay. It's too many still to interview you all. Okay. Let's have a look. What is a big? I suppose the Asian community here in Wageningen is quite big. Some of the Asians sit down. Yeah, we've lost quite a few of you in one sweep. All right. Okay. Who do we have? Okay, I think we can interview all of you. You are from. Ooh. How are we going to beat Jamaica? I thought you were going to go American. I'll be like, no. Where are you from, my love? From Gambia. Ooh, that's also very... Okay. Where are you from? Sit down. We don't like you. Ugh. I'm sorry, love. And you are from? Who's in charge here? Half Swiss, half Panamanian, as in Panama. It does. And which half is more, I was going to say protruding, that's the wrong word. Swiss. Sit down. Switzerland's like, I'm not part of Europe. We stayed neutral in everything, because we can't pick sides. We have commitment issues. You are from? Oh, sorry, I was pointing at, but your confidence was, I like that. New Zealand? Jordan. But you keep winning, so sit down. She's been here before. You say American? Sit down. We don't like you. You two can bond. Where are you from, my love? In America? California. To be fair, you get points because last year I did this and I was like, and this guy goes, I'm from California. And I'm like, that's not a fucking country. It's like, it's not a country. Okay, I'm swearing so much already. Take me away. Okay, and we have two left. So we got New Zealand, Brazil. Oh, well, two Brazilians. You have to sit down. There's two of you. Okay, we're down to you lot. Okay, we're down to three. Oh, you know what? You can all win because you're all very exotic. Well, give yourselves a round of applause. Way! You've got Emma's kudos. You can sit down. New Zealand had taken it away already. Did you notice? New Zealand, what brings you to Wageningen? Oh, you've just relegated yourself to last. No, so you're half Dutch. So were you living here originally? You're on exchange. Oh, no, but you do sound New Zealandish. New Zealander? New Zealand... Kiwi. We should have got... You're right, we should have got Kiwi. Okay, great. Okay, and well, you're speaking later, so I can't interview you. Who else seems like fun? Who do I want to talk? America. I like talking to Americans. It's always fun for me. So what brings you to Wageningen? Exchange is what? What are you all exchanging? So many questions. What are you bringing to the country? Other than prosperity and white madness. Sustainable agriculture, very good. And what are you doing? Just generically environment. What are you studying in New Zealand? Oh, for God's sake. She's great. Do you know any other words than environment? Blink if something is going wrong. And what are you studying in America? Yes. No, who else, love? This is why we make fun of you. Okay, so it's very similar then. And what's your favorite part about Wageningen? Yep, hard to name one, isn't it? Very difficult to name one. The rain. Who doesn't love the rain? Ugh. Okay, who else do we have over here? So, and where are you guys from in the front row? Where are you from? Yes, China. We're covering it. And when did you? Are you also on exchange? You are. Is anyone not on exchange? Like literally, like the one French person. Oh, like okay, literally everyone that I haven't spoken. Whereabouts in France are you from? This generic. See, she can't do it either. It's like I'm from the generic south of France. Which about in the south? Oh, okay. I like Avignon. Sur le pont. No, we're not doing that. Okay. Let's not go down that road too early. There is a lump under this carpet. Or am I imagining it? No, there's an actual lump. There we are. Ooh, removable. Who owns tape that says removable on it? That'd be quite fun, wouldn't it? You could go around taping things. I got completely off topic. We should probably warm you up. We're going to have our first speaker soon. How many speakers do we have today? I forgot to count because when we lost one, and I can't do math because I'm a girl. And as you can tell from the paintings on the walls, girls can't do math. It's a thing. This is why they fire me. So yes, there's 8 in total today. We've got 8 speakers for you. So what we're going to do is we're going to have 2 before lunch, right? 2 before lunch. Then we're going to have a lunch break. Then we're going to have more Emma time. And then you're all like, what? And then we're going to have I can't do math 6 after lunch. Why is there 6 after lunch? There's a break in the middle. 2, 3, 3. Great. That's 8. Great. You know what's worth? I have a bachelor in science. I was studying my degree. I got my degree. I usually go on stage and I go, so I was studying food science, and people go, ooh. And then someone comes up to me after the show and goes, why didn't you finish the degree? And I went, I did. And they're like, oh, we just assumed you didn't. We just looked at you and thought, no, you can't be a scientist. I'm an artiste. That's all right. The person going, thank you. But it's, I'm okay. Blink twice for help. Okay. So we're going to do, let's warm you up a little bit. Let's just, you're all scientists, aren't you? Most of you, who here is not a scientist? Is anyone here not a scientist? Oh, we got 1, 2. Any other non-scientists? Okay, what do you do, my love? What is your job that is non-sciencey? Oh, you're a lawyer. Emma will be right back. We got a lawyer, very good. And who? Put your hand up if you're not a scientist. Great. And what do you do in the back there? You're a what, love? A medical. I heard a manipulative technician, and I thought it's an interesting approach to. I want to do his job. Okay, manipulative technician will be looked at by lawyer. And next to you, What do you do, my love? No, I heard you. I meant, but I thought you said you weren't a scientist. I apologize. You just fully good. Out him. It's always fun. Outing is always great. And you, my dear, what do you do? A garden designer? That sounds fun. We got a lawyer and a garden designer. I don't know which side I want. No, the lawyer's probably safer for me. Someone has to represent this. Okay, great. We got some people in. Anyway, you guys are safe. This explanation is not for you. What we're going to do is we're going to do a little clapping scale. Now, this is where, you see, I had one request, which is, can you give me a headset microphone so that we could avoid moments like this? And also me starting early and realizing that I can't change it now. I have to commit to it. So we're going to do a clapping scale. From 1 to 10. Very simple. 10 is going to be euphoric, 1 is going to be nice and quiet. Now, it's going to be an emotional clapping scale. All right? So Dutch people, hang on in there. If you're going to sit next to a Dutch person, feel free to hold their hand. This could be hard for them. So we're going to express our emotions outwardly. I don't want a clapping scale of 1 and someone goes, and 2, and then someone goes. This is not an emotional clapping scale. All right? We're going to do 1 is going to be nice and quiet, 10 is going to be euphoric, and then I'm going to hopefully, every speaker that comes on will get the same welcome. All right, so let's give it a go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10! Excellent, beautiful stuff. Very good. So I want every speaker who comes on to have that kind of welcome. So are we ready for our first speaker? I look mostly at the first speaker. Very good. Are you ready for your first speaker? Way! Okay, please welcome to the stage, a big round of applause, Katrien Termer? How I can't say it properly. Oh, goodness gracious. I also said, I went to Ali afterwards. I was like, can you, afterwards, before. I can't do time and space either. And I was like, can you just pronounce the names for me one by one? And then what's happened is I've come up here and I've gone, panic. Okay, let's do a quick test run. Say it again.
Katrien Termer.
They turned your microphone on. That's just me, isn't it? This is a completely me. Let's turn the microphone off. Please welcome to the stage, Katrien Termer. There we are. Welcome up here.
Years ago, I met my partner and his family, who all lived in Noordwijk, a northern place in the Netherlands. I regularly visited the anniversary parties of his family. We were all sitting in one room. At the one side, the men, and at the other side, the women. I don't know why, but that was tradition. But sometimes I was allowed to join the men's table. And most uncles were farmers or tulip growers. And by that time, I worked at the Ministry of Agriculture. It was a great job in a very exciting time. The Netherlands was struck by a severe epidemic of swine fever, and our department was preparing plans to reorganize the pig husbandry. It was very sensitive, and the uncles posed many questions. And my chats with the uncles always ended in fierce debates. They accused me that we at the ministry did not know what we were talking about with all our plans and regulations. And they, the uncles, so the farmers and the growers, they did nothing wrong. They respected their animals, used as few pesticides as possible, and were proud on the many birds on their lands. Regardless of my personal opinion, I saw their anger and their emotions. And what touched me most is that they really felt disqualified. And that triggered my personal drive. How to improve our food system without disqualifying people. And many things are wrong with our food system. The major contribution to climate change, the decline of biodiversity, the well-being of animals, soil degradation, the negative impacts of pesticides, obesity, hunger, malnutrition, the poor working conditions for seasonal workers, the lack of a living income for many farmers, the speculation with food, or the use of hunger as a tool in warfare. And I can continue, but it's quite overwhelming, isn't it? And it's also overwhelming for politicians and policymakers who have to deal with all these challenges. And I see them responding with three reflexes. First, getting paralyzed, resulting in cynicism or apathy. Second, ignoring the complexities and issuing oversimplified plans. And third, denying the problems and burying their heads in the sand. And all these three reflexes are not very favorable for the trust of citizens in their government. In the case of paralysis, nothing happens despite the urgencies. In the case of oversimplifications, the government makes many promises, but they can't deliver. And in the case of denial, the governments are misleading their citizens because they don't tell them the truth. But what is possible? What is the alternative? Now, I will argue that the best way to transform the food system is starting with small but meaningful steps. And the social psychologist Karl Weick refers to them as small wins. And those small wins, they already exist. And I will give you some examples from the Netherlands. In a community farm, approximately 200 households have organized themselves in a local cooperative. This cooperative owns a farm and employs a farmer to work on the land and to look after the animals. The households together decide what they want to eat and what they want to produce and how. And each week they enjoy products from their own farm. Another example is a group of entrepreneurs who were dreaming about a chicken farm that is good for the animals, good for the planet and good for the farmers. It resulted in a circular chicken farm that sells eggs. And the chicken were fed with waste products from bakeries, broken crackers, failed cookies, or old bread. And citizens are always welcome to drop by. A different example is a citizens' assembly on food in the province of Brabant. Approximately 400 citizens participated, and in over 11 workplaces, they developed more than 70 proposals to improve the food policies. And in a summit, they voted for the best proposals. The provincial government was called on to seriously consider these proposals and to implement them. And there are many of these great examples. And I really like to talk about them because they make me feel quite optimistic. But then I meet my critical colleagues. And they look at me and say, nice examples, but you are talking about peanuts. It's too little, it's too late, and it's too local. Your small wins will not save the food system. Of course, they are wrong. But let's first elaborate a little bit the concept of small wins and its characteristics. Small wins are always concrete results that go beyond paper promises. You can feel them, you can see them, you can smell them, you can experience them. Small wins also differ from quick wins or low-hanging fruit. They always involve radical change, new values, new norms, new relationships, new business models, new technologies, and even new identities. The community farm refers to a radical reversal of the relationship between citizens, consumers, and farmers. The circular chicken farm shows that sustainable commercial farming is not a contradiction in terms. And the citizens' assembly on food is a different mode of democracy than our representative democracy. Because small wins always involve radical change, they have met and overcome many hindrances and barriers. Without friction, no shine. For the community farm, it was very hard to find land because community farming does not fit in existing categories of governmental spatial zoning plans. Food safety regulation hinders feeding your animals with waste. And the province was very hesitant to enable a citizens' assembly. At this point, you might agree with my colleagues that small wins do not save the food system. And yeah, indeed, a single small win does not transform the food system. It must get much bigger. And the interesting point of those examples I mentioned, those small wins, is that they do not stay small. And that is because the people involved, they have ambitions. And they want to accumulate small wins so that they become more numerous and even more radical. And that is because the concrete results, the successful overcoming of barriers, and the positive attention energizes the people to continue. But still you might think, and also my critical colleagues, okay, small wins can accumulate in the system, but the problems are so urgent, we don't have time to start with small wins. And that's also nice about small wins, because change achieved through small wins is not slower, it is faster. And that is because small wins are small steps only. So there is less resistance. There are also less reasons with small wins to postpone action with excuses like, first we need more information, first we need more research, first we need more support. And a metaphor might clarify this. If you want to jump, or to go from the first floor of a building to the roof, you can try to jump, but taking the stairs step by step is the fastest way. Small wins can transform the food system. But what does that mean for politicians and policymakers who are overwhelmed by all these problems and who don't want to fall back to paralysis, oversimplification, or denial? Now, for them, I suggest a strategy that consists of 3 steps. Step 1, formulate an ambition, an inspiring dot on the horizon. Sounds obvious, but sometimes I do exercises with civil servants and then they have to draw an ambition, and apparently that's quite difficult for them. It's much easier for them to make lists with problems and with barriers and with disqualifications of existing practices. Step 2, identify small wins that have already emerged and fit the ambition. So, as a government, you don't need to initiate everything yourself. Also, obviously, but too often I see that governments are too busy with developing their own plans and their own action strategy, and that they overlook all those great small wins. An attitude that's quite frustrating for those initiatives. Step 3, we have the ambition, we have small wins identified, then governments can develop smart interventions to boost and trigger these small wins so that they accumulate. And to this end, they can make use of all their instruments, adjusting regulation so that there is space for community farming, adjusting and developing new waste regulation so that it allows more circular initiative, selling sustainable food in your own canteens, organizing that small wins have also access to research, because most research is focused on traditional agriculture. And sometimes it's quite simple. Giving a compliment or being a sparing partner is also helpful. But there are also many things that the government should not do because they are counterproductive. Pampering small wins, excessive bureaucracies, continuously changing and unpredictable policies. Using terms, and that's surprising, using terms like frontrunners, slow followers, or laggards, because these terms do disqualify laggards and don't energize them. To conclude, small wins can transform the food system, but what does that mean for you? Now, for politicians and policymakers, be ambitious, embrace small wins, and use all your resources, power, and creativity to boost these small wins so that they can accumulate. And this might conflict with existing political cultures that focus on strong men who easily fix the problem. It's the opposite. It requires a culture of passionate humility. And for citizens, for social organizations, or for farmers, stop blaming others and stop postponing action. Get started with small win and don't stop after an initial success, but continue, connect with others and make your small wins more exciting and more meaningful.
There we
Yeah,
are.
yeah.
Oh, hello, hello, hello. We're back. Hey. No, hello.
What?
You can leave.
Oh, you can leave. Oh, I thought that.
Sorry. I said, you're all is good in the world. What a fantastic pantsuit. I want one of those. Can I say, what a wonderful, empowering start. Can we get another round of applause for Catherine, please? Yay! So there's two things I forgot to mention. One is that Alita is walking around somewhere taking photographs. Just so you know, there will be pictures of the event. I don't know where she is. She's gone. She disappeared. She's not even in the room. Screw it. She's supposed to be making me look beautiful, and it's not working, but here we are. And two was something else. Oh, yes, please turn off your phone. If you know, make sure your phones are on silent and so on. I forgot to say at the beginning of the event, we don't need anyone calling, because here's what happens, all right? I'm the kind of person who has no shame. If the phone goes off in this room, I will answer it. All right? And you don't want that in your lives. You really don't. All right? Okay, so let me just fix something over here. As you can notice, we've had a bit of an incident. There's something rather funny about the why having a lie down at this event. And also, I feel this is a better word for university. The universit. We sit and discuss the universe. And I bet you right now there's at least one scientist in here going, that's not how you spell universe. I can see that the Y has had issues in the past as well, fellas. Like this is look at this poor fella. Oh, look at him. Oh, look. That's it. Yeah, great. This is a communal effort. I love that. Literally, I've done nothing but just hold it. I've held the stick. It's not something I usually do. Good. Are we up? Oh wait, this is a bot. Someone's made a fake Y. This is not the Y that was originally. Someone's cut out a cardboard and painted in a different color the Y. Oh, it's amazing. This makes it so. What happened to the first Y? Why? Why are so many questions? Great. Okay. It's even. Has it sunk or is it me? Has it kind of like lowered itself down? I had a great morning. You know those moments where you realize in life that you're not a very clever person? I have a few of them, generally speaking. This morning, I superglued my finger. Now that, my friends, is skill. Because I was like, I keep breaking my watch, so I just keep gluing it back together. Don't ask. And I saw it, I was like, oh, that looks wet. And so I touched it. And I now have a shiny finger. And I don't remember where this came up. Oh, yes, super glue. And it looks like someone's had the same idea. They're like, we can fix this. No one's going to tell. And now I've outed them for life. I think someone did a beautiful and terrible job in equal measure. And I like it. It's like my kind of person. Okay, we ready for our next speaker? Woo! Okay, then please make lots and lots of noise for the wonderful Aisha Shah! Woo! Transfer of power incoming.
How many times in your life you have been asked to take a decision rationally? Don't get emotional, you might have been told. Or your views were not taken seriously because they were told they are too emotional. Emotions and passions get a bad reputation in our society. They are disruptive, they are dangerous, they are childish, they are feminine. They are supposed to be relegated to literature and art, to the Hollywood rom-coms. They are not supposed to be part of the rational discourses that have some meaning. And they are certainly not the kind of the stuff that science is made of. So that's what exactly I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you how science is emotional. Now, it somewhere started in 17th century at the beginning of the what is called Enlightenment philosophy with this particular dictum called, I think, therefore I exist. Raise your hand if you haven't heard this dictum. Everybody has. Probably one where you will hear very soon. You're here in this environment. So it was the French philosopher, mathematician, scientist René Descartes who said that I think, therefore I exist, right? Wrong. He actually said, I doubt, therefore I think, therefore I exist. What Descartes was very afraid was of doubting. He wanted to expel all doubts by creating knowledge, and particularly by creating perfect knowledge. So he actually created the binary between body and mind, and he assigned the faculty of thinking to the mind and asked the faculty of the thinking to produce perfect knowledge in order to all expel all the doubts and then feel very certain about his existence. But then there was a little problem there, that how to really produce perfect knowledge. He can produce the knowledge, but who is going to tell this is the perfect knowledge? Now, perfect knowledge here meant true knowledge, because in 17th century, the scientists were not worried about producing good knowledge or a bad knowledge or a right knowledge or a wrong knowledge. They were actually worried about producing correct knowledge or the true knowledge, the knowledge not which is producing error or mistake, because how shameful and embarrassing it would be if my knowledge has mistakes. Now, Descartes actually did a very nice thing. He said the God's agency, the non-deceiving eternal agency of God, is going to produce perfect knowledge. Now, it might sound a little strange, actually, now sitting in this universiteit, that God is going to grant the perfect knowledge. But remember that this was the 17th century. It was sometime around 1625. God was everywhere. Not that the university and church were inseparable, but university was located inside the church. Now, something happened in 3 centuries. In 19th century, God died. We killed God. The modern science and religion got separated. They acquired the opposite side of the spectrum in a way that modern science actually declared everything that is related to God or the God's agency as a superstition. And at that time, now the problem again arises that how then are we going to grant truth to knowledge? And this actually responsibility was then assigned internally to the science. It's a science logic, it's empiricism, it's mathematics, it's instruments such as the microscopes and telescopes. They were actually assigned the responsibility to produce correct knowledge. But that was not enough, because this was the time actually another movement that arose that is called logical positivism. What does it mean? It completely redefined the idea of what is science. So as per the logical positivism, they said that any statements that is based only on empirical evidences and the statements that does not involve any personal opinion, any emotions, any personal bias, any worldview, any metaphysics, they were the only true scientific statements. And that's why they were called positive science. Now, in order to produce actually this kind of a knowledge, which was then termed as an objective science. Now, this is the idea of the objectivity that most of the scientists sitting in this room understand, that was born around that time. Now, this objective science, supposed to be the true science, actually was then declared not having any emotions, not having any personal opinions, any introspection, any intuition. All these actually were considered hindering the science, and they were removed actually from what was considered as a positive or true science. And that's how the science became unemotional. Now, we all scientists sitting in this room actually are the children of positive logical positivism, because we have been told actually that our science must be unbiased, means that it must have nothing personal actually involved in that. Now, look at that actually, because I would say that that is a textbook idea of science. That is the science how it is idealized, it should be done. Now, what happened is that in the last half a century, there is this field which is called scientific biographies actually exploded, meaning the number of very prominent scientists, number of biographies have come out. And these biographies actually paint a completely different picture of how scientists do science actually in their lives. So what I'm going to do is that in the remaining of my talk, in 3 different ways, I'm going to derive from this literature on scientific biographies and to show you how science is emotional. So in a very first way, actually, a number of scientists described how doing science actually produces very intense embodied emotions. Let's take a very famous example. Darwin. Darwin said that he felt like a mad gambler, addicted to doing science, that he felt that the doing science was very compulsive for him. On the other hand, Einstein, actually, he said that he actually gave the finishing touches to the theory of general relativity by sitting down on piano. He was playing music when it became clear to him how to conclude his theory of relativity. Einstein also said that he saw the forces and the volumes moving in space and time, but only when he could make them as a part of his body and his sensory experience that he could write a formula about it. And I can go on and on. Michael Polanyi, a mathematician, philosopher, he said that doing mathematics was like a passion for him, like a longing, like he cannot do without it. A historian of science, actually, Donovan Schaefer, he has recently written a book called Feeling Science. And in this book, actually, Schaefer describes how when we do science, when we are exploring knowledge, actually, somewhere we have this very micro level delight, the feeling of something, a subtle click coming together. I mean, all the people doing science here must have experienced that. You know, you conclude a paper, you conclude an experiment, there is this deep sense of satisfaction that emerges actually somewhere that feel, oh wow, we can sleep tonight very well. Now, this is the idea of, you know, the one side of the one spectrum of the intense emotion that science produces, but there is also other side of it, that sometimes producing knowledge could be very traumatic. It could actually produce very deep suffering. It can be very torturous. It is not very uncommon to find the cases in which the scientists become high maniac, or they are clearly driven to having even a suicidal thoughts. Now, whatever side of the spectrum your own embodied experience of doing science may be, but the one thing is very clear that this literature shows that the individual scientist is not this dispassionate, rational person collecting empirical evidences and building theories. This person is a fundamentally feeling, suffering, experiencing individual. Thinking feels. Thinking is feeling. Thinking and feeling cannot be separated. This is what Donovan Schaefer says in his book. This is what I argued in my own book that was published in 2018. Now, one thing I'd like to bring here, Schaefer actually does a very interesting thing. He actually looks at the contemporary neuroscience, and he says that our model of the brain is so that both emotions and cognition emerge from the same source. It is actually part of the same neuron network, that they cannot be separated. If one is damaged, the other one is damaged too. So here I'd like to point out this whole popular image about our brain actually having a left side and the right side, and the left side being emotion, right side being rational. One is being womanly or feminine, the other one is masculine, which is, and this is because of public debate, I should use a very civilized language, all bullshit. So now actually, I would like to tell you the second way, because when the scientists say that doing science is very intense, emotionally embodied experience, personally for me, it's not enough. Because generally in this literature, that particular place where the buck stops, and it is very superficial. I tell you why. Because a scientist called, Joseph Mengele, who conducted a very horrendous experiments on the bodies of the prisoners of Auschwitz, and on the other hand, a Nobel Prize-winning scientist, Barbara McClintock, who actually revolutionized the whole genetic science by her holistic thinking, they both might be feeling very elated about their own findings. They both might probably be sitting down on piano and giving finishing touches to their findings. So how do we recognize then when we induct feeling actually in doing science, that we are doing good science, that the person who is doing science is also a well-meaning individual? And this is where here, actually, we need to now unpack The person who is doing science, his or her personality, and the science being done actually to open the black box here and to understand how emotions are being incorporated into doing science. So let me try. These two things I'm going to try before I end. And the first thing is actually how we unpack the person who does the science and the scientist and what comes out of it. Let's take the example of Darwin. So Darwin actually, there's a whole biography written on Darwin actually, which says that the Darwin was, his whole response, his whole evolutionary science was a response to his hatred for slavery. Darwin was very disturbed by, actually at that time, this humanity divided into 15 different races. And these races at that time were called different species. And then some races were declared as superior to other races. And Darwin was so disturbed by it that he wanted to rescue the unity of the humanity idea by his evolutionary thinking. But now there's a little detail here. So Darwin actually completed the outline of his theory of evolution in 1840s, so the early 1840s. But he kept the manuscript in his drawer for 2 decades. His manuscript was actually published in 1859. Why was that? Because he was so worried that his actually views are going to disturb, particularly his wife, his relationship with his wife, and other relatives in a way that he was not willing to get his manuscript out. Now, Darwin actually published this book called Origin of the Species, and then he published another book, which was published in 1871 called Descent of the Man. Now, in Origin, actually, he questions the racial differences. In Descent, he affirms them. Darwin never used the term white or Anglo-Saxon in his entire work, but he referred to people who are non-white, non-Anglo-Saxon as savages. Now, which of these Darwin is a real Darwin? Both of them. And that is where actually I would like to say that the scientist, the emotional scientist, it's a heterogeneous personality. It is a self-contradiction. This is a person actually who is always emerging. It is not given in time and space, but it emerges, it changes all the time along with doing science. So that's the first thing we learn from doing science as emotional. Now, similarly, we need to also apply the similar framework in order to open what is called the black box of doing science and show how emotions are incorporated in the content of science, how the way the problem of what kind of problem can be investigated, what is the hypothesis that we have built, what kind of method we choose, what is considered as a valid empirical evidences, how they are turned into conclusions, and what kind of theories are being built. The entire process of doing science needs to be unpacked and to show that how emotions are incorporated in doing this whole process of science. And I found that extremely hard. In my own book, which was published in 2018, I actually looked at the way in which the scientists' subjectivity relate to their objective science in doing the history of the concept of the gene over the 20th century. And I must have read some 25 biographies before I chose 5 biographies in order to apply this biographical method in my book, actually, to show how science is emotional. And it is very hard to do that. So this is somewhere a lot of work still needs to be done. So towards the end, I would like to read a line which is quoted in Schaeffer's book. This is the psychologist Sylvan Tompkins. He says that he felt, when he was writing a particular essay, he felt like he was having a love affair with the idea. And when I read that, came another line in my mind. Actually, it is from the poem written by Marina Sviteva, not speaking that name correctly. She says that love is like a bowstring pulled to the point of breaking. So I'd like to invite you to conduct your research, your science, like you are having a passionate love affair. And don't be afraid to pull the bowstring as far as possible to the point of breaking. Otherwise, it's not love. Thank you.
Give it up, Aisha! Woo! The Y is still standing. And then instead what's happened at the back is the removable tape has been removed. We had a dramatic moment there where Emma was trying to retape a wire onto a door, and then the speech finished. And Victoria, who's one of the speakers later, is desperately holding it up, going, "Don't worry, I've got this. I'm a drum, I've got this." What was I going to say? There was something important I wanted to say. It's gone. Which is how, thank you. I appreciate that as well. The removable tape thingamajigs. Yes, I have. This is there any animal scientists in today? Because I've decided this is a good platform. Any animal scientists? Nope, they're all out animaling. Ooh, that doesn't sound right, does it? Oh, I could have phrased that better. Oh, okay, fine. No animal scientists. So we're going to shortly have. It's not long now until we have a break, but then we're going to have 6 speakers afterwards, and that's exciting. Oh yes, that's what I wanted to say. Is this being live streamed? No one told me. My God, I make a fool of myself at the best of times. I want, and is that is that camera 1? Hello, camera 1. Are you there? Can you do like a dramatic close-up just for fun? Hello. Are you on the interwebs? I'm coming for you. There's some poor fella in the back there, like in a cupboard, going, "I can press the buttons. I'm not allowed to be in the vent itself." Who's on the technicalities today? Where's it? Who's in the cupboard? Martijn. Hello, Martijn. Could you make me look really pretty, please? I expect to be looking pretty at all points in time. Okay. Is Martijn on your headphones as well? Did he just talk at you really annoyingly through the whole thing? Do we like Martijn? We do? You're very good. You're very nice. I would have been like, no. And what's your name, love? Wouter. We've got Wouter and Martijn. We've got the Duchess pair ever to walk the earth, haven't we? Only beaten by Jaap and Jeroen. That's what it is. So in the live stream, does anyone know how many people are watching on the live stream? Does anyone have an idea? Is there anyone? There's a lot of people? Cool. Hello. I've got fame has gone to my head, hasn't it? How many is a lot of people, or is it like 10? And you're just like overselling it? Currently it's 4. Look, you gotta appreciate a little bit of exaggeration in times of. Currently it's 4, and let's be honest. How many of them are the parents of people here today? Is one of them you? Is it your parents? Hello, what's your name, love? Sai. Hello, Sai's parents. It's very sweet of you to be watching. It's super nice that you're here. I mean, they told me to kill some time, so here we are. Just me talking about nothing in particular. No, so there be no animal scientists in here at all? Not a single one? Oh, put your hand up if you're an animal scientist. I'll find you. Who's wearing Wellington boots? No, because I have this thing about science. It's like, you know what upsets me is how are unicorns less plausible than giraffes? Right, who goes, "Oh, you know what's crazy? A horse with a horn," but then goes, "Huh, but this thing with a ginormous neck, that's real." And guess what? It fights like sausages. I was like, so every now and again I like to find an animal scientist and grill them. But instead we'll play a different game. Is there any PhD students in here today? Put your hand up if you're a PhD student. If you stayed on this, you're a PhD student. Great, you're a PhD student. At the back there, great, fantastic. Here's my favorite game in the whole wide world. Because if there's ever anything that, you guys will know this, but is there anything that will traumatize a PhD student is to do the following. What's your name, love? Adriana. Adriana, can you resume your entire PhD in one sentence for me? Yeah, you have to. This is the thing. So what is your PhD if you're to boil it down to someone like me, what are you doing in your PhD? The care relationships between nature and people in Brazil. That was quite good. It was quite a good, I understood it. What's a care relationship? There are many things. Oh, okay. And then we had another fellow at the back there. What was your name, love? Pardon? Anatole. Nice to meet you, Anatole. Where are you from? So, the only people who could afford the tickets. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, Anatole, and can you resume your PhD in one sentence for me, please? You make soil maps for the Nether. Oh, that's a very Wageningen. So I make soil maps. Now I have questions. When you say you make a soil map, do you take a piece of soil and then just doodle with your finger and just X marks the spot? Here we are. Is that how it works? What are you what are you soiling? That's not no. Oh my goodness, it's too early for me. What is your map? Whereabouts Netherlands are you making the map? For the whole country? It's a big job. And is it like where the soil is, or is it like different layers of soil? Like you can tell, I'm not very good at these things. Tell me more about it, Anatole. Oh, more depth. 3D. Ooh. Okay, more depth. Yeah, that was it. Oh, and this is your PhD. So at the end, you just hand in a map and a 20-page document explaining it. What is the length of a PhD? What's the? I don't know how much are you allowed to write? Is there a limit? Oh, that's a terrible idea. No one's put a limit on PhD papers. Oh, who was the idiot who thought of that idea? That's a terrible thing. Okay, Anatole, tell me what you do for fun. He has no fun. Hiking. Biking. Anything else that rhymes with hiking? Hiking, biking, triking, liking. Hello. I'm flirting with you, don't worry. No, don't worry, you stand no chance. I have a very distinct type and it's not you. If you can't tell from the waistcoat, hello. Representation. It's the gayest TEDx ever, isn't it? Okay, Anatole, we're going to grill you later. We're getting close enough to lunchtime. Shall we take a lunch break? Now, before we leave, there's something. So Ali sent me a thing to read. He goes, you can learn it or whatever, but he sent like 2 days ago. And it's so beautifully written and complex that I gave up. So I hate having a phone out. I apologize. Sorry, Martijn. Sorry, Wouter. I've taken my phone out. That's the wrong document. Here we are. Now, it says here, before the lunch break, I'm really dragging out these last 5 minutes. Mention that although, with a capital A, this is the TEDx largest event of the year, we host TEDx Salon, which to me sounds like something to do with cowboys. And I'm a bit disappointed that it's not. So this is the paragraph that they sent me to describe what TEDx Salon is. Anyone been to a TEDx Salon? Nope. Well, that's the problem. Let's fix that immediately. Believe me, at the end of this paragraph, and it's quite a long paragraph, you will want to go. TEDx Salon, ... colon, not that kind of colon. Open quotation marks. Where dynamic discussions unfold in compact 1.5-hour sessions, bringing together a diverse group to delve into captivating topics. There's no punctuation in this whatsoever. Captivating topics through shared TED Talk experiences, comma, fostering a collaborative and thought-provoking atmosphere, hyphen. I mocked the punctuation, and there it is. Secure your spot by accessing the interest form via the QR code. Oh, sexy. It doesn't say that part. QR code at the entrance and lunch area. The entrance to what exactly? The entrance... was that glasses? Someone with glasses? Oh, the entrance of this building. They have to go back to the... No one's going to go there. Oh, I see. That makes more sense. Okay, so it is linked to the lunch area. Comma. Now, this is the best part because you've heard how many people on the live stream, so keep this part in particular in your mind. As spaces are limited, exclamation mark. Close quotation marks. So that was one sentence. And I think we need to talk about LA about his punctuation. But other than that, yeah, find the QR code, sign up for the TEDx Salon. What's the next TEDx Salon about? You haven't decided? Oh, for goodness sake. Boys, don't leave men to do anything. What, you don't have the next theme? How about you make the theme Emma? Just try and analyze this and how this was produced. Because no one knows. No one knows. Okay, so we're going to have a lunch break until... Oh, what time is it until lunch break? I forgot. It's now until... I forgot to check what time it was. Until the end of time. And then we're going to have 6 speakers, and there'll be coffee in the middle, and there'll be me slowly but surely wearing down every PhD student to have ever walked the earth. All right, that's what we're going to do. Can I get a round of applause for our speakers so far? Whee! For the TEDx crew? Woo! Oh gosh, Ali, I can do it quicker than you can at this rate. Yes. Okay. So aim to be back here, kind of between 1 and 1:15. You'll meet me in all my glory. Give yourselves a round of applause. Wait, let's grab some lunch. Woo! Excellent. Oh, look, the flower's back. The flower. No, come back here. Here, you, look. You have not covered the tape on both sides. Fix it, boy. Very good. Can we discuss the color Come, that one over there. It's not done either. Look, we do things properly in my house. Can we discuss the color palette? That was something, wasn't it? Someone saw a Pinterest board somewhere. It was a beautiful, beautiful color palette of clothes. It was so wonderfully coordinated. It's not a very good job, but we'll let him off, shall we? Raven, what did you think? Did you like it? It was good, huh? They're also wearing your color. Look at the same color as your coat. Okay, we're back. Okay, I'm back. Who missed me? Just demand attention. It's always good. Okay, great. Let's have a look. I feel like we should do something to what should we do? I don't know what we should do. Let's chat with some people in the audience. Where's my French girl? She's still here? Hello. Why did you change seat? Did someone nick your chair? Yeah, someone stole your... Should we talk to the person who stole your chair? Wait. Hello, my lovely. What's your name? Yes, you. Leandro, where are you from? Oh, look, the French are taking over. Who knew? The French are taking over. Where are you from in France? Around... Ugh. You know what it is? Okay, fair. Well, fine. Well, let her off then, shall we? Whereabouts around Paris? It's lost in the country. I mean, you can talk to me. I can do lost in the countryside with no problem whatsoever. I'm from La Vendée, which is like no one goes to. There's one place in France that no one likes. It's the Vendée. Which only makes sense if you're French. Everyone else is like, I have no idea. It's literally like the Netherlands, but with better weather. And better food. You know, if you want to challenge yourself for a day, you know how those people do those I'm out of breath. I literally ran over. Look, I'll do it again. I was like, I did this, and now I'm out of breath. Okay, great. Hello, Leandro. How are you? Who are you here with today? Sarah, where are you from? From Italy. Very good. And where are you from, sir? Don't look at her. It's... You know who you are. Don't... Oh, God, no. I forgot the Swiss are here. My sister lives in Switzerland, which is very appropriate because she's very posh. My sister is... She's you can picture the exact opposite of me. That's my sister. And she's exceedingly posh. And she's like, I'm going to move to Geneva. Ha, 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 ha. And then someone goes, oh, so do you have family? And she goes, yes, I have a mother, and she's a magistrate. My father's an architect. Like, do you have siblings? And she goes, I have a sister. What does your sister do? She's a comedian. Oh, an artiste. Okay, let's get to... What I want to do is I need a volunteer from the audience, and here's how the volunteering works in the system: is either you can volunteer and you have the easiest job in the world, okay, or I pick one of you, and there's no choice. Anyone want to volunteer? This moment, easiest job in the world. Anyone? No. Okay, then we're gonna pick someone. Actually, you know what? Rava, come on up here. Come hang out with me. Give Rava a round of applause. Come on. All right, Rava, up you come. There. 1 and 2. There we are. You're up. He comes down the red dot. Oop, there we are, Ava. We got you. Okay, this is called. This is a game, and it's a game show, and we're going to play unpopular opinions. Now, can you start by holding this microphone for me and just hold it at me? Okay, great. You got it. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to first teach them the theme tune. Okay, so could everyone stand up, please? Okay. Now, I'll take this from you for now, right? I just realized I'm making you stand here for no reason because I forgot to do the theme tune first. I should have done that first. So we're going to do the theme tune. Marcy, come here for me, love, because you've done this many times before. I need you to hold the microphone for me because I have an issue otherwise. So hold it kind of at me. So we're going to learn the theme tune together, right? Just going to do a little body percussion. So what you're going to do is you're going to repeat after me. We'll do the first round. Is just very simple. Great. Now we're going to do that again. So we're going to do it 2 times. Okay, and then we're going to add in some leg claps. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, clap. Try it. Great. Okay, excellent. Thank you, Marcy. You can go back. You know how it works. You can stay there, Ava. Now we're going to do to add, because it's a theme tune, so it needs some song at the end. So we can do it in tune or out of tune. I don't really mind. We're going to do the clapping, and at the end we're going to go popular, Popular opinions. Okay? Great. All right. So we'll do a test run first, and then we'll play the game. All right? Are you ready? You excited for this? Yeah. Right. Okay. Great. Okay. So on my count of 3, we're all going to do it together. 1, 2, 3. That was that. They didn't do very well, did they? No. Okay. We'll try it again. It's hard to do it with the microphone. Oh wait. I've got a solution. I'm so. Oh, the girls are here for a reason. But the only problem is I have to stand backwards to make it balance, and this is a look. This is being live streamed. All right? This is being live streamed. Okay, so are we all ready together? I'll sing with you. 1, 2, 3. Popular opinions. Very good. You can sit down. Okay, so what we're going to do, Reva, is I'm going to ask a question. And the only thing you have to do is you're going to have to say which answer you think most people are going to pick. So, for example, we'll do a really easy one, shall we? So, you like Harry Potter, don't you? Yeah. Okay. Should we is there any other popular series? Do you know Lord of the Rings? Do you know the Lord of the Rings series? You're a bit young for that, to be honest. No, I don't blame you. It's not worth it. It's very long. If you don't like reading, you'll be there for a long time. So let's... Narnia. There we are. That's true. So we know that you like the Narnia books, don't you? Okay. So do you think Narnia or Harry Potter is going to be more popular? Which one's going to be more popular? Harry Potter. Okay, great. So what we're going to do is we're going to find out whether you're right or not. And if you're right, we're going to cheer. And if you're wrong, we're probably going to cheer anyway. Okay? So what we're going to do is I'm going to say, you have to pick one of the two. Do you think Harry Potter or Narnia is better? So if you said Harry Potter, please stand up. It's very Eminem. So, oh, look at that, Reva. First time, 1 point for Reva. Way! Sit down. Okay, let's do another one. Shall we? I'm sliding. Bye, Reva. I'm going places. Look, you know how they saw all those wonderful dances and how flexible they were? You know what Emma can do? Look what Emma can do. Wait for this. I'm not even close. If God wanted me to touch my toes, he'd have put them on my knees, okay? So, we're going to do a second one, Reva. Should we do a second one? Let's do, you like planets, don't you? Yeah. Okay. And your favorite planet is Jupiter. What's your least favorite planet? Is it your favorite planet too? Can you answer a question for us? Is it a lake of methane or Mercury? No use, is she? None whatsoever. We'll get back to her later. Okay, so what's your least favorite planet? Good choice. Mercury and Jupiter. Okay, so to pick your favorite planet, is it Jupiter or Mercury? Should we do the reverse? So we say if you liked Mercury, you should stand up, so then we can criticize them. Yeah? Okay, let's do it. So if you said Mercury, please stand up. Hey, look at look, you won that point. Oh, another round of applause for Reva. Well done. Okay, let's do one last one, shall we? Now you've been visiting Europe for the last 3 months, right? Have you had a pizza? No, I don't blame you. It's not the best food in the world. You had a homemade pizza. Oh, you had a professional pizza. Okay. Well, here's the thing. There's a lovely controversy. It's my favorite question ever to ask people, right? Because it really gets people riled up. Is whether pineapple is allowed on pizza. Okay, so do you think the popular opinion will be yes, pineapple is allowed on pizza, or no, pineapple is not allowed on pizza? No, you think no is going to be the answer? You're wrong, Reva. It should be yes, but okay. Okay, if you said pineapple is not allowed on pizza, please stand up. Oh, Reva, look, we've split the crowd. You know what? I think we'll give it to you. I think you get all 3 points. Well done, Reva. Thank you very much. Round of applause. Shall I help you off the stage? Come on, we can go back now. Come on. Let's bring you back to mum. Down we go. 1 step. Wait, 2 step. There we are, Reva. There she goes. Give her a round of applause. What a wonderful contestant we had. Okay. Great. Who said your favorite planet was Jupiter? It's a great shout. Why? Is it just because it's the biggest? Was it always Jupiter? I like that. I love you. Are you also one of those people who goes, I'm 10 years old and decide I'm going to be an architect and I'm going to stay that way? My father was like that. He never understood. He's like, what do you mean you don't know what you want to do? And I'm like, I'm 16. Why would I? And he goes, I knew what I wanted to do at 16. I'm like, yeah, but you're boring. Didn't go down well, surprisingly. Okay, are we ready for our first speaker after the break? All right. Then, please make lots and lots of noise and welcome Victoria McKenzie! Woo!
I was born and raised in the Caribbean, on the island of Kingston, Jamaica. And I am and will forever be an island girl. Growing up so close to the equator meant that we always had the experience of 2 seasons, not 4. A dry season and a rainy season, to which the island was always prone to hurricanes. And because of these hurricanes, my island home was built in a way that we had a flat slab concrete roof. And the architecture of this roof meant that it was long-lasting, it was durable, it was stable, and it wouldn't blow away. Now, in my island home, I had the window facing the front yard, and my brother had the window facing the backyard. And I was so jealous because he had all the trees. The mango trees, the OTET apple trees, the cherry trees, and I had a single coconut tree, to which I quickly grew to love because it was very giving, meaning coconuts would always drop when they were ripe. And that also meant that I could eat them, but I just loved the experience of being able to witness the changes of earth happening right before me. So through observing this change, I learned that the coconuts were actually dropping in the same exact spot every time. And I only knew this because every time the sun would rise, it would cast a shadow off of the roof onto the coconut. And after enough time of observing this, I learned that if the shadow passed the coconut, I was going to be late for school. But if it was still above the coconut, I still had time. And I think back to this story now and how this was a dynamic collaboration that actually became a conversation between myself, architecture, the sun, and the earth. And it was a dynamic collaboration that actually became a methodology for me, a sustained methodology or a sustainable methodology through which I told myself a story of how to get to school, to the point where I actually didn't receive my first watch for the first 16 years of my life because of this story. And sometimes I think about how one of contemporary humanity's only relationships to the sun today is through the solar panel. And no matter where you are within the earth, whether you're close to the equator or not, the solar panel is viewed as a sustainable technology to harvest solar energy. And in many ways it is. But I also think about the incredible history we as a society have had to the sun through certain structures like ancient Egyptian pyramids and Mesoamerican pyramids, and how these pyramids were physically built in coordinates with the sun, but also what holds them together and what they hold in commonality is mythologies and the stories that are told around these structures, to the point where the societies who've created these structures have actually passed on, but the structures themselves live. These stories live on. And the storytelling was utilized a material throughout architecture. As I entered the education and architectural industry, as I grew up, I realized that this mentality or these stories I told myself and grew up with were nowhere to be found in the textbooks. Meaning, in these spaces, the training you receive as an architect is one of a modernist training. So you're viewed in a position of power and you exert a specific vision or aesthetic onto a blank landscape. And that felt so alternative to everything I knew because aren't we connected to this earth? Aren't we also earth? Doesn't the earth hold our stories, our histories, our memories? Isn't it an archive? And shouldn't the soil have agency in the building process as well? I realized that the same modernist trajectory that I was being raised within as I studied descended from a colonial trajectory, meaning the very same system that once desiccated entire forests to create plantations is also the same system that clears entire landscapes to exert a single structure. This same system that created slave labor and racial discord is also the same system that gets to decide who enters what space where, who has access to what. And disenchanted by this system, I decide there needed to be an outside of. There has to be a beyond. And perhaps the only way to get beyond is to look before. Perhaps that meant looking to a pre-colonial way of designing in order to get to a decolonial way of designing. So I moved to West Africa. And I began a research project of looking at African and indigenous ways of designing. And one of my favorite regions was to look at the desert region, particularly the Dogon people of the Mali-Bandiagara escarpment. And I was so infatuated by these incredible soil structures that look as if they've completely risen out of the earth only to descend there again. And that's exactly what it does, made out of sun-dried adobe brick. But also beyond that, I realized that there was a certain methodology taking place within this design. And this methodology also needed to enter certain aspects of what we know of as sustainability today. Not only that, but this methodology also incorporated methods of storytelling through, in particular, the creation story. Now, I was looking at the Dogon region of the Mali-Bandiagara escarpment. And for the Dogon people, they have an incredible creation story which includes Amma. And within their architecture, they have what's called a Binu shrine, and every Dogon village has one. Binu is one of the ancestor progeny gods who descended from Amma and who was sent to the earth to help humanity. And through being sent to the earth, his body was sacrificed, and it fell in fragments in the form of the temple. And not only is this a moment in which architecture and storytelling align, but also human geography and urban space, because now people go to and from every day to give offerings. One of my favorite structures within the Dogon village is also the Tagona structure. The Tagona structure is the first structure to be built in every village, and it's the community center. It's where elders would gather to have difficult conversations on the continuation of the tribe. It pays homage to ancestry in the sense that the ancestor gods, 8 of them, are carved onto each pillar, with the 9th pillar at the center remaining blank, but purposely placed at the center so that no one person can enter the center at one particular time, which meant that one would have to have a decentralized conversation in embodiment. But also, one of my favorite aspects beyond using earthen materials within this design, like soil and wooden ligament and straw, is the fact that in order to get inside the Tagona, you would actually have to squat or stoop and remain there. And it's done so because this is the space they're having difficult conversations, which means no one person can jump to their feet in anger. You'd actually have to stay there and figure things out, work things out together, thus becoming an architecture of harmony, an architecture of embodiment, an architecture of conflict resolution where we have to work the thing out and we have to do so together. And when I look back at this example, but I also think about all the other examples that I was studying within this region, I think about how this is an incredible methodology as it pertains to how we can think about sustainability today, in the sense that it recognizes history and ancestry, it centers community within design, it's a utilization of ecology and environmental awareness, and storytelling is utilized as a material to both uphold the structure and uphold us as a society. And I think if we are to think about the future, then architecture needs to consider these types of methodologies within this notion of sustainability. I think it means asking questions like, how do we design structures that can actually mitigate the effects of climate change? How do we design in a way that the earth has a voice? That through certain soil testing methodologies, for example, we can understand the history of a landscape, what was there before, and thus to create a remediative after. How do we design in a way that communities have a voice every step of the way, in the sense that through participatory design, it's not just in the beginning and it's not just at the handoff in the end, but through every point there is ensured an infrastructure of care. I believe that through these questions, it's about creating a structure that actually inhabits the living systems of life, the ecology of life, as opposed to obstructing it. Black feminist thinker Audre Lorde once said one of my most favorite quotes, which is also the most architectural quote I've ever heard, which is that the master's tools cannot dismantle the master's house. We cannot build the new world with the same old colonial logics. And we know at this point that climate change wasn't just about weather. It isn't just about weather. It's racial, it's gendered, it subsists through class structures. And any attempt of architecture to assert sustainability must also recognize the socio-political issues of the world. I think if there's anything that African and Indigenous design has taught me, it's that we are operating in a living world, a vital world that is pulsing with stories, histories, ancestries, multiple species. And I think through this recognition, we can allow architecture to enter a re-enchanted dialogue or a decolonial dialogue in which the sun and the roof are at once again speaking to the coconut.
Keep it going, Victoria! I was quite enchanted. And I was like, oh, I'm supposed to go and do something. Oh, yes, now we have a very discreet handoff of microphones. Is this on? Hello, 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 hello. Is it on? Can you? I could shout. Okay, where were we? Oh, look at that. Technicalities working on. Just one very large Dutch man getting ready. Slowly but surely. There it is. Okay, so, should we have a, let me just rearrange this. It's very bad. There we are. Oh no, I've made it worse. I've made it so much worse. Oh, there we are. Removable tape. I really want to know who came. Oh, look at that. Goodness gracious. No one can do a good job round here. Just me. Just really toot your own horn, to be honest. Okay, we're having so much fun. Should we just go straight on to our next teller? Good work from you. You are my new friend. Let's wake you up a little bit. Should we go on to our next one? Okay, then please welcome to the stage. A big round of applause. Oh, he's up already. Fuck it. Get off. Are you heterosexual, my love? I'm asking for a friend. Please welcome to the stage, Ties van der Hoeven.
Yes. It was 30th of May 2022. I was in a plane in Amsterdam, Schiphol, flying to Alexandria. Most likely one of the most important meetings I ever had in my life. Having worked on an ecological restoration project in Egypt, and was flying to a review of all Egyptian scientists for the first time. And a friend of mine told me, Ties, you gotta listen to a podcast, 13 minutes to the moon. It's actually describing the landing on the moon, the descent, the last 13 minutes. And I was amazed that 400,000 people were working together. Somebody had a vision, we're gonna land on the moon, and we did it. We all worked together and we could do something which we thought wasn't impossible, or was impossible. And I was flying there because I was going to tell the Egyptians we were going to regreen a desert. And the funny thing is, landing on the moon was a very complex thing. Restoring ecosystems is in principle not that difficult. We know what to do. The thing is, it's lots of hard work and working together. And when I was watching, listening, but seeing the picture of it, I had Earthrise, which you see at the back of me. And the Apollo program made us realize that we live on a planet in a very tiny skin around it. And it's very, very vulnerable. We know things are changing, but for some reason, we don't really do something. But if you start understanding ecological restoration, we might know what we need to do. We just got to start with it. I'm Ties van der Hoeven, studied in Delft, coastal morphology. And my parents always took me out to nature. I normally say they're a bit like hippies. And their religion was nature. So I sailed around, and you see me here fishing little crabs and fishes when I was young, walking through the forest in the winters. And by doing it, they always learned me to be with nature. We are part of nature. And they also, when we were sailing in the Eastern Scheldt Barrier, which you see here at the back of me, they created a flood protection. Luckily, they kept it open for the ecosystem. But I have seen in my whole youth the ecosystem changing, not having a clue what later on I would do with it. but they imprinted something in me. And throughout the last 6 years of my life, I started to understand you have to go out there. So whenever you have children or yourself, go out there and feel it and be there, because for some reason, she holds many of the answers to the problems we're facing currently. My grandfather actually told me, please go into the dredging. You can travel around the world. You can see the world. So that's what I did. Started to study in Delft, not the most nature university, let's put it like this. We like to engineer the world. And normally I would say now, I'm luckily, a palm tree was in the name, but I used to be the design manager of one of these palm tree islands in Dubai, which is completely the other way of the world I'm currently living in. It all goes about money. It all goes about lively or building houses and offices. But what I did learn was sometimes in the Western world, and for sure in the Netherlands, we want to know everything sure, what we do, and then we can start with it. That's why we currently don't do really anything on the problems we're facing. But there I did it differently. So these, we want houses, we want beaches, let's build a whole structure. You see the dredging vessels in the picture underneath. With big machines, we could move earth massively. Didn't really thought about the nature, but what I learned there is we can do big things if we want to do it. And lots of the destructive industries currently out there, if we're able to change their purpose, they can become part of a solution. And what I started to understand, whatever we're going to do next, let us all do it together. Let us not say certain industries cannot play a role, because if we do it, we keep them alive and in the same purpose. But let us try to see if we can change the purpose of all, to get like a collaborative vision, to really start doing something. It was along this route, I started to work with a dredging company. My sister started to work with Greenpeace, and I told her, yeah, no, I will work with the contractors and try to re-green them out, from the inside out. Not having a clue what I would do, but I promised my sister. So for some reason, she already changed a little bit my purpose. And I started by building ports or breakwaters. I started to digest and understand a little bit more step by step on ecosystems. And why don't we use aquatic ecosystems to make designs cheaper? Along that route, I met John Liu. And John Liu said this: if you're going to think about large-scale ecological regeneration, come with me, travel around. And I went with him to the Lus Plateau. It completely changed my life for a couple of reasons. The people that live there now are happy, proud on their ancient culture, and really proud on what they're achieving. So I saw very happy people. Not only that, when I was traveling around there as a dredger, I saw lots of earth moving. So, hey, wait a minute. This might be one of these purposes. If we change it, we can really do something positively. And I never forget it. He said to me, "Thies, if we can restore large-scale damaged ecosystems, why don't we do it?" And I'm like, still a little bit naive. Yeah, man, why don't we do it? And I met John Liu via the Sinai. It was 19 January 2016. I was driving back from Antwerp to my hometown, Den Bosch. And I got a phone call. And I was known a little bit in this dredging company that I had some creative ideas. And it was Malik Boekeboes that called me. He was the former project manager of the Suez Canal, which if you can see it out there. They just dredged it, and on the celebration of finishing the Suez Canal, one of the governmental people, an admiral, came up to him and said, "Listen, we got a big problem after the Arabic Spring, and the situation in the Sinai itself is getting worse and worse. If you look carefully on top, you see a big lagoon on the Mediterranean coast, and it would be known throughout history as having the best fish of the Mediterranean, but the fish was disappearing. The financial crisis hit the world. Food got more expensive. Egypt needed to get more food. Overfishing, it's the whole story. Not only that, the lake is step by step sedimentating, so it's disappearing. So the people that are there don't have a future perspective. So I cannot really blame them to travel up to places where there's a better life." And Malik called me, and normally I was bashing clients, making money, not really for myself. So it also felt a little bit stupid. And Malik said to me, Ties, listen, do you really think we can do something? I said, well, for the funny thing is, I sailed with my parents lots in the Eastern Scheldt. So I believe, is the lagoon very salt? Yeah, it's very salt. I said, okay, man, let's open the door to the tides. He said, whatever, dude. You really think it? Yeah, I think I got something. So I got back home. Really didn't know where the Sinai was. So I looked it up on Google Earth. I think now I'm in the top 3 of people watching the Sinai in Google Earth. But anyway, it's a little bit my life. And I looked at it, and what I also saw, next to the lagoon, and the size of her, of 600 square kilometers, I saw this dried up river system. And normally I'm too stupid to become a scientist, but I like calculations. So what I saw there was a whole scarfed river system in the desert. So I'm like, wait a minute, isn't it strange? We have a rising temperature, so there's more water vapor in the atmosphere. There's more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. So I'm like, hey, let's regreen it. Because what we figured out, there were lots of marine sediments in this lagoon, which were actually the indigenous sediments which used to be on the desert. So if there is a river system, if we have the materials, has it been ever green? Which was funny because I thought studying in Delft I knew everything, which was clearly not the case. But I started to Google, wait a minute, she has been green many times and become a desert many times. And when I was reading the scientific explanation why she became a desert and not, it didn't really got me. They talk about the wobble of the axis of the Earth. But the funny thing is, the last time she became a desert, approximately 10,000 years ago, it happened in 100 to 200 years. Completely not lined up with the scale of the wobble of the axis of the Earth, which is 22,500 years. So I'm like, whoa, that's weird. That if I hear people talk about we live with too many people on this planet, I'm like, how are we going to convince all of those people that we are with too much? So how are you going to motivate people to change? Whereas not that long ago, approximately a quarter of our lands on the planet is a desert. It used to be green. It used to have hippos, used to have giraffes. Man, it could be a fertile land. Why do we accept it? So if it was that case, what would be most likely the reason that there was still rain? So what we started to understand, and here you see a cross-section of the Sinai Peninsula. The Sinai Peninsula is most likely the most complete, smallest watershed in the world. She has mountains at the back, at the south, of above 2,700 meters, 26, sorry. And she's kind of a triangular in shape. And if you put a cross-section through it, and when you start to digest how a water cycle works, you start to understand that approximately 2/3 of all the moisture required for rain on land is evaporating on the ocean. And if there is a vegetation cover with animals and everything, nutrients are recycled, water are recycled, leaves are there, create microclimates, hold water. So if the sun comes up, the water is there to evaporate, so it reduces the heat. So it reduces the heat, you add moisture, so you're rapidly going to reduce your cloud condensation level. And if you reach 100% relative humidity, condensation will happen. The air implodes. It gives warmth on the higher level, and you get this cauliflower-shaped clouds. And the droplet is recycling and continuing, growing and growing. Till she's big enough, gravity will win. And if gravity will win, I came from Delft, you have a drag force. So you're changing the wind. So I was making all these drawings like, wait a minute, you're changing the winds. Wow. Could it be that Sinai, which has the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean at the back, if she would be functional like this, that she would push, in the good seasons, bring rain towards the Mediterranean, towards the Gulf of Aqaba, to Israel, Mesopotamia? Could it be that ecology and functional watershed can completely change our regional climate? Now a little bit up to there, and there I highlighted it. These are the encatchment basins of the world. And the light blue area is actually where you see that in the old days, it's all based upon sediment core drillings. 60 to 70% of the evaporation of the Mediterranean would fall down in that light blue area. And when you see the black line in between the different colleges, simply said they're mountains high enough to separate weather systems. Because the higher you get, the cooler the air, the quicker the condensation, she starts to fall, and they separate weather systems. There used to be a continental divide on the Sinai. So, whoa, if I now see lots of air leaking over the Sinai into the Red Sea, if we create a functional watershed there, the water would flow back, or the rain would go back to the Nile. Wow. Could it be that if we start thinking globally, thinking on how ecology feeds our weather, that we can restore certain things? For sure, with the destructive capabilities we have developed, we can. The funny thing is, it's not purely technical here, I have to say. It's not difficult if we could change that purpose of the industry to start doing it. Because currently, it's like this. There's no vegetation, so there's no water. So as the sun comes up, she heats up this land massively. You get the thermal flows. You get a low pressure. So what you see here is a very rapid wind developing during the day, and really like a vacuum cleaner, sucking out that moisture out of the Indian Ocean and dropping it back into there. If you look back on the historical facts around this area, yes, it were people, like so often, that destroyed the ecosystem to grow as a society. And if you start looking at it on the bigger map, here you can see that 26% of the Earth being a desert. And the funny thing is, you also see all the registered cyclones and typhoons in our history when we start registering. So what you see is a complete disturbed water vapor distribution. We have on many areas way too much water, and on lots of areas not enough. But could it be, if we start collaborating and start focusing together, also with the industries, fully based on the indigenous knowledge and cultures out there, that we could stop this distribution of the water vapor, and we could actually start building a much larger livable Earth than before. That's the whole plan we're now working on, and pretty close to starting it up. And the funny thing is, lots of the times I have discussions with people saying, yeah, but can we as humans restore an ecosystem? Are we not manipulating it? And the funny thing is, if I have these discussions, I'm like, wait a minute, you're part of nature. It's nature letting us do this. And we're not going to do it alone. We have to come together as a species, but we have to start understanding we're part of an organic family. If we're going to restore the wetlands around by the wheel, here you see it, it's the biggest bird migration route the planet ever had. It's the birds will come. They will pick out seeds from all over the world and will build the new biodiversity to come. We're not going to restore what they used to be there, because sadly said, we destroyed it so much, it will never come back as what it used to be. But we can support all of life to build a new ecosystem, which is robust to the future. So if we start to understand, and this is what I felt myself on little projects I'm doing here in the Netherlands, if you start working with ecological regeneration, you will see that nature will help you, and you will see that her pace of recovery is way stronger than we ever thought. And by doing it, and also the whole social part, I started to myself also look back at history and try to learn from it. And the funny thing is, if you start looking back at history, almost all big civilizations were created on locations where there was an abundance of nature, where there was an abundance of food, where there was still rain, so there was drinking water. The other plot you see here is the SDGs. A little bit like a pyramid, I'm now saying, because I'm working in Egypt, but you see how she's built up. We have to start understanding everywhere on this planet that we have to restore our biosphere. Nature will never give you the most efficient answer to one problem, but it gives you the answer to all the problems. If we are building our ecosystem, the same for the Netherlands. You can build your food security, your water security for the future. And the only thing I want to give you along, Google it a little bit. All of us can make weather. It's just our organic family. If we restore ecosystems, it will feed the organic matter on the topsoils. So if it rains hard, the water is retained, the water will infiltrate. If there's water available, you're directly changing the weather on a day. And if you sum all the weathers of a year, you will get to climate. It's not that difficult. It's just a matter of us, as a species, trying to finally understand now the only way out is working together as a species and working together on a livable planet. And this would be my last phrase, Salam alaikum. We come in peace. Let's hopefully in this weird moment in time come together and work together on a peaceful future. Thank you.
Bravo. Da 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 da. Oh, I like that one a lot. It was also one of, I really enjoyed that. Also because his voice is so nice. You have such a lovely voice. But also just that I'm a bit of an idiot. I did one scientific study and I was like, it's not for me. I'll go and do entertainment things. But I understood everything you said, which is always lovely. So thank you. I really enjoyed that. Okay, great. Okay, we're having so much fun. We're just going to go straight on to the next one. He's already ready to rock and roll. Heitor, are you ready? Da-da-na-na-na. Please welcome to the stage the wonderful Heitor Teixeira. Hey, there you are. Up you come.
So food systems may sound like a complicated concept, which is in a way true, but at the same time, we are all part of it through our simple daily actions. We all eat food, most probably you buy food, and if lucky, you plant some food. Agriculture indeed is crucial for every human being in this planet, but at the same time, is one of the main drivers of severe problems we are currently facing, including climate change and the contamination and degradation of natural resources. Human and non-human lives are in danger. 1 out of 10 people in the world suffer from hunger. 1 out of 8 animal and plant species are threatened with extinction. And more than 90% of the crop varieties have been lost in the past decades. In my speech today, I want to make a claim that we need, but most importantly, that we can transform our food systems into more sustainable ones, capable of providing not only food, but many other benefits, like water, pollination, soil quality, and biodiversity. And as an interdisciplinary scientist who has navigated through social and natural sciences, I want to focus in one key ingredient to make successful transformations on the ground: the role of social organizations and movements. Okay, you might feel disappointed. After all, you came here for novelty and innovation, and groups of people coming together are as ancient and old as humanity itself. That's true, but I don't mean any kind of social organization. There are some key, important features that are often neglected or not implemented. It's important to know and feel, why do you need to be part of a social organization? What are your passions? What drives you? This is key. Many of us think about it. Here in Wageningen, many people work with it. But how do we experience the current problems and solutions? We need to go beyond thinking. In my case, I realized something was not going right with food systems when I was 6 years old, and I was going with my grandfather to his house by car when I saw a bunch of improvised tents next to the road. And the people there were struggling. I could feel their pain. And I asked my grandfather, who are these people? And he, quite a conservative man, he answered, these people are invading the land of others. They have nothing to do. They are vagabonds. So these people on the street, they were invading a large sugarcane farm in the region. They were actually part of the movement of landless rural workers, one of the biggest social movements in Brazil. And as a child, I could not understand exactly what was going on. I could feel something was not right. And later, in fact, I realized that 3 of the main problems with agriculture are visible in this example. First, lack of land access. Those people on the street were not simply invading the land. They were occupying and claiming for a piece of land to work and live with dignity. And the second problem, the presence of very large and often inefficient farms. In a country like Brazil, 1% of the farmers own 50% of the land. And this is a legacy problem connected to colonialism and the way the land was divided in the past. And finally, the prejudice of society against marginalized groups, which is a reflex of an inequalitarian society where few people and countries have a lot, and a lot of people have nothing. This experience contributed to my motivation to fight for change, to work to conserve and preserve nature without forgetting the people who are part of it. And I started the university in Brazil with the dream to change the world. And very rapidly I ran into solid reality. However, I found a way to go towards change with student groups who were doing amazing independent work, the student movement. And I think that's when I found out the second important feature of social organizations. They need to push for transformative change. And as students, we were pushing for change in different levels. We were proposing and implementing changes in the educational curriculum, but also organizing extracurricular activities, allowing students to go beyond formal education and get in contact with the reality of farmers and their organizations. We were organized at local level, but also at regional and national level. And we created the national network of agroecology groups in Brazil. And through this movement, we were able to build and share knowledge, to know that we are not alone in the fight for transformation, and very importantly, to build a common political, education, and research agenda. And as a result, for example, in a project with a local NGO, we were able to influence the development of new forest regulations in Brazil, pushing for the recognition of the social and ecological benefits of diversified agroforestry systems managed by family farmers with the principles of agroecology. And agroecology can provide the principles for the design and management of sustainable and resilient farming systems. Our research shows that agroecological management practices can promote biodiversity and ecosystem services while maintaining adequate crop productivity. And therefore, agroecology and agroecological management practices are able to transform degraded landscapes into highly efficient and diversified systems. However, agroecology is not only about agricultural practices, and our research also showed that social movements allowed farmers to share knowledge and to develop a more complex understanding on ecosystem functioning. And in turn, this more complex perception was associated with more diversified and sustainable systems on the ground. This reinforces the importance of social movement and farmers' knowledge to promote and achieve successful transformations. And in 2012, I came to the Netherlands. I got a scholarship from the Brazilian government to conduct a one-year internship abroad. And although I was excited to come here for the first time, I also came with a mission. I wanted to know how the agroecology movement looked like in the Netherlands and how I could help to promote it. And I think it was then when the third future of social organizations became clear to me. People should feel ownership of the project. Usually, projects have a hierarchical structure. One person has the idea, is the leader, the owner, and the other members help the leader to achieve their goal. In fact, according to John Croft, an Australian educator, most projects fail because people do not feel ownership of it. In other words, people are not allowed to put their dreams in the project, and as a consequence, they don't work with full motivation. According to John Croft, a successful project should be developed in 4 main steps: dreaming, planning, doing, and celebrating. And we often forget about dreaming and celebrating. And by doing that, we neglect our emotional side, our infinite, subjective, imaginative, and creative version. We use these principles to create a new course at Wageningen University, the Farm Experience Internship. And it was not a regular course, but one led by students, with practical and real-life examples, allowing students to connect their theory with the practice and the reality of farmers. And the course was inspired by a project organized throughout Brazil by students in collaboration with social movements, including the movement of landless rural workers. And yes, it's the same movement I mentioned in the beginning of my talk. So social movements like that can promote changes, not only in agriculture, but also in education. And in Wageningen, we formed a team from zero resources, zero budget, and we still managed to organize a successful course and end up with a positive cash balance. And this was only possible because of the collective effort and because all group members were allowed to put their dreams in the project. They all owned it. And after 1 year, I returned to Brazil, and the main question I got from my supervisors was, okay, very nice that you organized this course, but how it will keep going without you? And I responded, no worries. The project is not mine anymore. We built it collectively, and the collective will carry it on. And so it happened, and the course has been going on for more than 10 years now at Wageningen. For me, this is a big lesson. A successful project should be able to run without a permanent leader. We need situational leadership, which is closely connected to the theory of the Brazilian educator Paulo Freire. Nobody knows everything, and nobody knows nothing. We all know something, and we can all learn something from each other. And this is an important principle to make social organizations strong and resilient. And eventually, I ended up coming back to Wageningen, where I did my PhD and my postdoc on agroecology, and now I work as assistant professor at Utrecht University. And I'm very happy that I'm able to apply the bottom-up and participatory approaches that I have been learning with social movements in formal education. And students appreciate it a lot, reporting better learning experiences, showing that we need to challenge and transform traditional education methods with more critical, engaging, and participatory methodologies. And I would like to end this talk by stressing the 3 main ingredients that are necessary to transform the hegemonic food system and society with social organizations. Number 1, feel and find your drive What makes you feel 100% motivated? It is important to experience realities, their challenges, and the solutions. And second, push for transformative change. Think critically and realize our agency powers as individuals, but most importantly, as collectives. Through collectives, we can change the reality and influence policy, education, and science. And finally, allow collective and horizontal knowledge sharing and building, as there is no type of knowledge better than the other, and a dialogue of knowledges should be promoted. This is key to build strong collaborations and successful projects in the long term. We like to think ourselves as individuals, and we often think we can solve the world's problems with individual actions. But we need to go beyond. We need structural changes. And the only way to deeply transform the food system and society is to get organized and work together as a collective. Thank you.
Well done, my lovely. Thank you so much. Oh, there we are. Don't know what's happened. I've somehow redressed myself in the process. We're having so many great talks so far today. What a wonderful time we're having. Okay, so here's the thing. We're about to shortly, don't move yet. All right, all of, before you try and run away, don't move. I can see you, lawyer. This is on the edge of our seat, ready for coffee. It's time. We're going to shortly go for a coffee break, but beforehand, I feel like I want to give you some homework. Because here's the thing. I've always wanted to give people homework, and this is a wonderful opportunity to do so. So what we're going to do is, I feel like you all need to get to know each other. We're in this space of like getting to like all these cool talks and so on, so people to talk to. So I think I'm just going to help you with the introduction part. So I'd like you all to stand up. Email. Is it for me? Is it fan mail? He's like currently looking at it going, I don't know who the hell this is. Okay, everyone stand up for me. And I'd like you to, how do I describe this properly? I'd like each row to look at each other. So like first row, you turn around to the second, then third and fourth, look at each other. There we are. I think there's one row at the back where you'll have to kind of either deal, all the volunteers can go and help, go and meet some people there. Okay, right. So I just want you to just shake each other's hands, introduce yourselves, just get past the awkward part, all right? Let's do it. Keep talking until I tell you to. Okay, well done, well done, well done. You can sit down briefly for a second. Sit down briefly once more before I send you off. It's a dangerous place to be standing, Emma. I've fallen off stages before. It's become a thing. Okay, so here's the deal, right? Like, that wasn't so hard, was it? I can promise you that it'll just get easier from now. I've just embarrassed you for you, all right? And it's going to be easier from here on out. And I'm going to give you some homework. I want you to come back and have spoken to at least one new person. And that one new person should have given you a fun fact, either about like where they're from. If you've got a cool fun fact about your country, there are more sheep than people in Ireland, which is, it's not fun, really, to be honest. The dating market is small. Unless you like sheep, which is a problem in Ireland. There's too many people who like sheep. So I want you to go and find a fun fact, either where they're from or what they're studying, and who. We're going to come back in here, and we're going to have a contest, and whoever has the best fun fact, I will personally embrace. No, I won't. I promise. But we'll have a chat about who has the best fun fact. All right. So we're going to have a 30-minute coffee break. We'll meet back here in 30 minutes, so like 5 to 3. Okay. Give yourself a round of applause. Let's go have some coffee. Way! Everyone take a seat, and we'll do the usual mandatory thing. What happened to all your friends? Where'd they go? They abandoned you. I'll join you. Here, look. You're very welcome. Okay. Oh, I can't get up again now. I've made the mistake. What's your name, love? Jayu. Nice to meet you. Where are you from? From China. What brings you to Wageningen? The excitement of it all. It could do, yeah. I'm not leaving now. Oh, they can relax, have coffee. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage your moderator, Emma Holmes. Woo! Hey, look at us go. Thank you. Oh, okay, great. We're back. We're live. How's everyone feeling? Are you energized post coffee? Vaguely confident on this side, not so much on this side. I was like, I'm not awake yet. Okay. Well, before I get to chatty, what we're going to do is we're going to have another dance performance. Now, I saw these guys a few years ago, and I'm very, very excited because these are some of my favorite dances. Also, last time I showed them, everyone mocked me because I was at the back going, "Oh my, that's amazing!" And then there was all these Dutch people going, nice art. And you're like, oh, have some enthusiasm. So, ladies and gentlemen, oh wait, oh yes, I remember. Okay, great. Please welcome to the stage with a big round. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's test our round of applauses. let's do it again. Let's do a 6, 4, 8, 10. Hey! All right, let's make some noise. A big number 10 for Terry Salmon.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. Jaro 12 atu jumalah. Jarolon siplo di atuh ule meahlon lake wahai syedara halale Allah Allah ba binta lale Allah halale Allah Allah ba binta lale Allah. Assalamualaikum jame barotro. Tamang japio atitika. Karena salim nabi kan sunnah. Jaro tamu masyarakat mulia. Amin Allah sembah amin. Urang mukmin gelake-lake doa. Berkat rahmat Allah yang beri nang doa Aceh makmu sejahtera. Lale getanyo lale hana jantate umuka tuha putengan janggat kuningan mise hantom ta cembeti kamu salah putengan janggat kuningan mise hantom ta cembeti kamu salah hantom ta cembeti kamu salah hantom ta cembeti kamu salah hantom ta combeti kamu salah. Hantom ta combeti kamu salah. Hantom ta combeti kamu salah. Hits. Hits. Hey jalla tu mile hamile jalla ton jalla tu mile hamile. Hai jalla ton lemburat menari lemrato megunong lem ombak cabang gunung hai ane lengkua hai jalla. Lemburat menari lemrato megunong lem ombak cabang gunung hai ane lengkua hai jalla. Mengingat-ingat wahai erakan kebudayaan begota jaga begota jaga kebudayaan beret udala lon la he. Hai lampante Allah, hai pulau Sumala Sumatera. Hai la Acehnya, hai tumpar lon la he. Hai lampante Allah, hai pulau Sumala Sumatera. Hai ku tiding la hang ding hum. Hey yang putih-putih, hey yang putih-putih lah putih, si bungong putih lah putih, si bungong putih. Hey yang lat ba binte, hey yang lat ba binte lah binte, ke ayo mate lah binte, ke ayo mate ha. Hey yang putih-putih, hey yang putih-putih lah putih, si bungong putih lah putih, si bungong putih. Hey yang lat ba binte, hey yang lat ba binte lah binte, ke ayo mate lah binte, ke ayo mate ha. It's red karet menan, red karet menan. Hai si jumpa mirah, si ura kara ka anom. Hai si jumpa mirah, si ura kara ka anom. Hei la otsa, ila la ombakmu, alon kapai je, etron berlumba, lumba. Hei bacutra, salah la bukan sah, lah lon salah fon, lampon awai di gata lampuraho, layang la bukan sabang kapata, tiang kamengke, Allah hai mayone, hose lage gone, sahe wahe cut, langku mayang mayak, ilah hai la otsa, ilah lo mama, alon kapaji, etron bure bure heba cutru, salah bukan sah, alon salah pon, lampon awai di kata lampuraho, layam kon sabang kapata, tiang am ke alai mayone, se lage gone, se wahe cut, ke mayang sah. It's Thank you.
See? Aren't they every time? Oh my, aren't they amazing? Can I get another round of applause? Come on! Good boy. This poor lad's completely traumatized at this point. You did a very good job. Yeah. My traumatic come back again and fix it earlier on worked out. Oh, that was amazing! Ah! You know, there's one of those moments in life when you're like, there's not a single person I would like to embody. You know, like you look at them, you go, I couldn't do the drum, nope. Couldn't do the singing, nope. And then all of the clapping. Also, I told them, I was like, I had realized, not know, but I wish I had realized that they were coming because they were called a different. They were just the Indonesian Student Association last time they were here. I was like, I wish I knew you guys were going to be here because I wouldn't have done the body percussion. All right? We wouldn't have gone with my version of body percussion because now you're going to put me to complete and utter shame. And it has. Okay, who has a fun fact for me? Who got the best fun fact during the break? Hands up if you did. Who got or just an interesting one? You did? What did you get? Ooh. That was Marcy's big takeaway was I get to eat it all. That sounds like Marcy, to be fair. I'll be speaker's coach here today. That's a good fun fact. Anyone else got some fun facts to share? And if not, I'm going to point at you, and you better think of one really quickly. All right, anyone want to out themselves? It's now or never. Okay, lawyer. Yes. Tell me a fun fact. Someone spoke to me and asked for a fun fact. I don't remember what I said. Who was it? You did. What did I tell you? Nothing useful. Oh, well then go on. Great. I'm really, as you can gather from now, I'm very much a taker. It's very much taking as a thing. Well, remind me of your fun fact again. Oh, that was it. We say and, which must lead to like a never-ending conversation. And, and, and. How do you guys ever get anything done? Are you from Belgium? From Limburg, close enough. There we are. Is there any Belgian people in here today with a Belgian fun fact? Nope, they couldn't get here because of the roads. Okay. That's what it was. Oh, come on, someone's got to have a fun fact. Jost, you must have something. What did you get? Peter. Always sets it up for a good start. Oh, Peter, you better deliver now, love. Hilarious so far. Peter, you have a lot of friends. You have a lot of friends, Peter. A whole billion people. Yours has really put you up there. Okay, I like it. All right, where's my kiwi? Where's the kiwi? Kiwi. Where is she? How did you... I have questions. How did you get over there? You were over there earlier. What happened? Did someone steal your seat? Is it becoming a recurring theme of today's TEDx? What was the fun fact you got? Bernadine. Oh, she remembers the name. Very good. I'm wondering if this is a fun fact or if it's going further. Oh my goodness! Wow, her and Peter should connect. So if correct me if I'm wrong, my lovely Kiwi over there. So you met someone who's doing environmental sciences rather than environment. Environment was the big way forward. Okay, great. Okay, who else do we have? Let's find one last person. Let's look at you in the green. Yes, you. Yes, you're like me. You. I've gone for a full spread. Wait, are you Bernadine? You're in the same trio. Very good. We came as a package deal. Okay, and what was the Kiwi idea? I'm sorry, Lara, sorry, I forgot your name. Well, it was a super nice idea, but I don't remember it. You've been. Oh, there we are. You want to be a farmer in the dairy industry? You could stay here. We cover a lot of that area, don't we? We got a lot of milk and cows. That's why they're so tall around here. We always blame, isn't it? The Dutch, they always say it's because of the cheese, which I don't think is how you grow upwards, but you definitely grow outwards, but that's what cheese does to you. Okay, Marcia, did you get a fun fact as well? Uh-huh. Uh-oh, bad start. Emma's got to go again. Oh, my. Yeah, go on. Oh. Still a thing, natural sweetener. There we are, and we go for artificial, because we're Wageningen. We make things when there are already things that exist. Okay, great. Are we ready to have some more speakers? Some more speakers? The sumo squat keeps getting worse, doesn't it? The higher on the day, oh, that's very stiff. Oh, that's very stiff. Okay, we're gonna have our next speaker. I feel like we need to warm you up though, because you're not feeling very warm. We had this wonderful thing. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna ask you very kindly to stand up once more for me. And I'd like you to put your fingers in the air and wiggle your fingers and go, I do solemnly declare that I will now enjoy the rest of the show. Because it's Saturday afternoon and it's raining outside. And then I want you to turn this direction, please. And I want you to slowly and sensually lower your fingers onto the person next to you and give them a massage. Little shoulder massage. Let's get a little shoulder massage in there. There we are. We're getting to know each other. Getting to know you. Getting to know all about you. If it's going badly, just give them a donkey kick, all right? Very good. Excellent work. Oh, massaging, massaging, massaging. I feel so much better. Oh, look at the loosening of those muscles. And then put your hand in the air and wiggle your fingers again. And do it to the person on the other side, because sharing is caring. There we are. Sharing is caring. And massaging, massaging, massaging. Oh, it's meant to be socially awkward. This is how we do it. Well done. Give yourselves a round of applause. You can sit down. Okay, everyone have a seat, and then we'll have our next speaker on. Oh, the girls are fully out, aren't they? Look at that. No one told me. Okay. No, you didn't pay for this extra service. That's only for special people. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise and welcome to the stage Birgit Bogart. Hey, there we are.
Sau Bona. I learned this greeting from the philosopher Mogobe Ramose. He's born in South Africa, but he lived in exile in Belgium and the Netherlands for more than 20 years. And when I asked him which part of the Dutch culture he found most difficult to get used to, he said the word hello. It's not really greeting each other. It's so short. In our language, he said, we use the word Sau Bona. It means I see you. I will come back to this later in the lecture, but let me introduce myself first. I went to the Gambia for the first time when I was 21, and from the moment I set foot on the African continent, I felt as coming home. Later, during my postdoctoral research, I had the opportunity to live for 2 years in Mozambique. And I realized that there is a lot of wisdom in the villages in Africa, but our projects did not include that wisdom. When I returned to the Netherlands, I learned about African philosophy. And I realized that that was the knowledge that I had missed. I wish I had learned that knowledge before I went to Africa. And so I went back to the university here in Wageningen, where I did my master and my PhD. I knocked on the door and I said, maybe we need a course on African philosophy. Thankfully, I was given the opportunity to develop a course on this topic, and I designed it in the way as I would have liked to have had it as a student. first to say is that I draw all my lectures and my courses. And all these illustrations come together in a visual mind map, or in this case, a roadmap to African philosophy. Philosophical concepts can be quite abstract, and the illustrations can help to give a better understanding. So today I'm going to give you a little insight in this course, and we focus on the question of knowledge diversity. What is knowledge diversity? You can imagine this as pieces of the puzzle that we bring together. But the question is, how do we deal with that? What kind of knowledges do we bring together? What do we include and what do we exclude? The question of that is called epistemic injustice. Epistemic injustice, the first part, epistemic, has to do with epistemologies. Epistemologies deals with questions in philosophy and asks questions like, what is real knowledge? What counts as knowledge? The injustice part has to do with which knowledge is included or excluded, and on basis of what grounds. So to give a full description in an African context, epistemic injustice would be the systematic exclusion and structural oppression of African ways of knowing and doing. It's important to realize that epistemic injustice is not restricted to only Africa. This happens across the globe. What you could say is that actually the Western part, the Western knowledge, the piece of the puzzle that we bring in from the West is seen as most important and most significant, especially Western academic knowledge. It's also important to realize that this is not only for universities in the Netherlands or in Europe, but also universities in Africa. Most of the curriculum is actually Western knowledge. But it's no coincidence that the knowledge taught at universities is largely Western. This goes back to periods of slavery and colonialism. No need to say that in those days, indigenous knowledge of African peoples was considered inferior. And even though colonialism has formally ended in terms of the political independence of these countries, there is still a form of colonial thinking. And that's what we see, for example, in ideas where we say that Africa lags behind, in which Western knowledge is superior, and like our projects, where we thought that Western knowledge was needed to solve problems in Africa. The problem is that we perpetuate epistemic injustice by doing that. Colonial legacies also exist until today in education. They are visible in the literature we select, the authors we choose, the questions we ask, and the words we use. Or actually, it's not visible. The colonial legacies are precisely visible in the literature we do not select, the authors we do not choose, the questions we not ask, the words we do not use, the students we do not hear, and the teachers we do not hire. We do this on purpose. It's not a coincidence. We have a choice to include the knowledge we want in our education. But it does lead to a blindness or an ignorance of African philosophy. Why do we all know Socrates, and why have we not heard of Urmila? It's this willful blindness that the same philosopher I just mentioned, Mogobe Ramose, is what we are perpetuating here. But we need to undo the colonial legacies. So undoing colonial legacies largely has to do with including the voices and the knowledge that have previously been excluded. So the question is, how do we bring in different pieces of the puzzle? How do we create that knowledge diversity? And also, which voices, which knowledge has been excluded so far? One of these historically oppressed voices is African philosophy, as we find it in Ubuntu. The philosopher I just mentioned, Professor Mogobe Ramose, is a very influential writer on Ubuntu philosophy. And to briefly introduce to you, there is this famous proverb that says, Umuntu numuntu nabantu, which can be translated as to be human, is to affirm one's humanity by recognizing the humanity of others, and on that basis, enter into human relations. In the popular version, it would be translated as, I am because we are. And while this gives a direction of the meaning, it's also often misused because the concept is becoming more and more popular. And we have to be careful of knowledge appropriation, that those of us in the West take what they want from an indigenous knowledge without a careful consideration of what the concept actually means, without a truly understanding. So Ubuntu is about learning to become human. It's about creating relationships with the community. And it's important to realize that this community consists of the living, but also the living dead, often called the ancestors, and the yet to be born, the future generation. So we could summarize this in the importance of relationality. That's a key term there. And that's why I said Sawubona at the start of this lecture, because Sawubona is an invitation to connect to each other and to really greet each other as human beings. Ubuntu is not limited to the community of people. It also includes Mother Nature. The purpose of Ubuntu is not to accumulate wealth, especially not on an individual level, but the purpose of Ubuntu is to make connections and also to maintain connections with nature and to have a balance in these relations and to maintain them. So that does mean that we as humans can use nature for human purposes, like food production, but at the same time, that doesn't mean we should exploit it. It means that we have a respectful relation with Mother Nature, a relation of reciprocity where we give sufficient time for nature to recover for a next, for example, harvest. So the basis of this is respect for Mother Earth. This is different from the mainstream Western philosophy, especially when we look to our own relation of nature and how we have been able to exploit nature over these past decades. If we want to learn from historically oppressed voices, there is an important lesson we learn from the same Mogobe Ramosa. We have to look into the mirror, especially when we know we are ugly. What this means is we have to face our colonial legacies. We need to do that with critical self-reflection. Self-reflection among students and teachers. And that also counts for me as a teacher here in Wageningen University. I have a Dutch educational background. And that means I cannot and do not want to speak for African colleagues. That immediately highlights a problem with this particular talk because you only see me. It's an individual talk. But knowledge is not individual. I work very closely together with many dear African colleagues. So I do not represent these African colleagues. We read the texts, they provide guest lectures, and we engage in dialogue. As I mentioned with Mogobe Ramosa, also with Michael Eze, Beatrice Ochere Manu, and then there is Pius Mosima, who is currently co-teaching African philosophy with us here in Wageningen. What we do then is actually bringing the intercultural dialogue into practice. We bring it into the classroom. And that's precisely what is important to realize when we think about how do we engage with these knowledges in a respectful way. And this is where we have a lot to learn and move into a dialogue. A dialogue invites us to listen. This is very different from what we are used to do in academia. We very often are trained to debate and to convince the other from our point of view. Instead, when we have a dialogue, we really want to learn from each other. And we listen with an open mind and an open heart. We do not think in terms of right or wrong, but we think of terms of different and where we can learn from each other. This so-called methodology of listening has been developed by the intercultural philosopher Heinz Kimmele. He passed away, but he was a pioneer in intercultural philosophy, especially in relation to African philosophy. He was one of the first philosophers in the 1990s to engage in dialogue with his African colleagues, and as such treated African philosophy with respect as an equal dialogue partner. He was a pioneer in intercultural philosophy. What we also learned from him and from this talk is that we need a diversity of knowledges to deal with the problems that we are facing in the world today. Questions as climate crisis cannot be dealt with one knowledge only. And that's precisely what brings me to the Importance of this course in Wageningen. As one of the students of the course said, actually everybody in Wageningen should take this course. And maybe that is the reason also why the course is so popular nowadays. It's being followed at this moment by students in 26 different study programs. It shows that students want to learn from different epistemologies, from different types of knowledge than only the Western ones. So there is much for us to learn and much for us to further develop in education. This is not an individual task. This is a collective mission for us teachers and students across the globe to connect the knowledges and learn from each other. Thank you.
Da, 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 da. Thank you very much. Another wonderful talk. There we are. We'll let the microphone change over, and then we'll go straight on to the next one. Wonderful talk. We're having so many good talks today. Well done, I have to say. It was a good collection of speakers. When you went off on your, I'm going to find people I like. Very good. What was I going to say? Is anyone else disturbed by the... What? Are they watering the plants? Like, what's going on? What tubes? No, the problem is that I had made the mistake of, Ali said to me, because you got a headache, no problem, you're just probably dehydrated, drink a lot, so I did. And now I really need to go to the bathroom. But maybe is it cold in here? It's still cold in here, right? Or does it feel warmer? Could it be the heating? No, right? It's still chilly. That's why I wear a waistcoat. Oh, that's a good point. Before I forget, someone's lost their bank card. I was thinking, never, we're not going that road. Sorry, this is the person with the best name ever. Orla, are you here? Orla, okay. Now, the reason you have the best name is your surname, of course, which you're very aware of, which is that in its very nature, it's an oxymoron. Because it's short-all, or if you read it twice, short and tall. Orla, would you like your card? Want to come get it? Come on. Come on, Orla. Give Orla a round of applause. Oh. Come on, Orla. You can't get it. I'm going to run around. You have to try and get you. Wrestle me, Orla! Okay, you can have it back. You're too sweet. There you are. Where are you from, love? I don't know what to think. Wait, but did you sit down when I said Ireland? Were you here earlier? Yeah, I did. Oh, pretty good. Okay. Wait, no, I have questions. Yeah. You grew up in Belgium. Why? I love how the traumatic this is for you right now. But all of that, I was about to say it's a very Irish name, and that makes sense now. Pretty good. Okay, and where were you from in Ireland? Oh my God, that's as countryside as it gets. You're doing amazing. Orla, have a round of applause. You're beautiful, wonderful. Okay. All right, we ready for great. All good. Are we ready for our next performer? Everyone try and keep the wee inside while the water... Oh, it stopped. No, it's still there? Okay, well, they're watering it's going through the tubes. Don't ask me what tubes. Ale is thinking there's some kind of tubes in the middle of the building. It makes no sense whatsoever. Okay, Peter, I apologize in advance if I butcher your name. I'm very sorry. The Dutch g is a bit hard for me. So please back on the stage, the wonderful Peter van der Gaar. Hey, Kappie, come!
I have actually been, I'm going to take the mood down a bit, I think. I've been quite concerned, and actually for quite some time already, about what seems to be our world's inability to sufficiently deal with climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, dwindling natural resources. And that is actually making me a bit anxious, actually quite anxious. Raise your hand if you're feeling anxious also about the lack of speed or sufficiency here. I thought so. That's quite a few. And I wonder what will that mean? You know, will we run out of space on this earth to raise our children, to feed ourselves, to build our dreams? Will we suffer in the near future? Might we be going extinct as a species? And what causes us to act insufficiently? And worse yet, what's actually causing so many people in society to deny that these issues are severe or maybe even happening at all? And I think the answer to that question lies in what is our current promise of sustainability, which is actually quite an unpleasant one, especially with those who are causing most of these problems. We've grown up in a paradigm of growth. And the mere idea of suffering, or even extinction, does not fit in that paradigm where future generations are only going to be better off. And our pathway towards sustainability and dealing with these issues also doesn't fit within that paradigm. As economist Kate Raworth tells us, we have to move our economy underneath a ceiling of environmental boundaries and above a floor of social justice norms. And for much longer, we have been told we have to reduce our footprint so that we can fit on this earth. Ceiling, floor, reducing our footprint. You might yourself feel a bit squeezed in a tiny box with this view of how to become sustainable. And actually, many do feel squeezed in this box, and they don't want to be squeezed in that box, so many choose denial, or some wait with acting because of that potential small box we have to go into. But we will be worse off, especially if we continue on the path that we're currently on. And on this path, we're very likely to go extinct. And with us, about half of all life on Earth, too. And if the current scenarios are correct, that will actually happen when you and I, or our children, or our grandchildren, are still alive. That means that you or I, our children or our grandchildren, are going to suffer, be worse off, and maybe even witness our extinction. A tiny box is actually happening already, even though we don't want to be in it. Now, our extinction will mean that history repeats itself. In the past 500 million years, there have been 5 major mass extinctions where a large section of life just disappeared. It's the yellow arrows on this graph. We're in the 6th major extinction right now, the one that we're part of. But something fascinating and somewhat miraculous happened after at least the last few extinctions. After that extinction event, life returned to Earth and bloomed in greater diversity than it did before. More species took in the space that was left behind by the species that didn't have the space to be here when that extinction event happened. You know, I wonder if the dinosaur knew when he was looking up, and at least he was looking up, and saw that meteor coming at him, that after his demise, a perfect ecosystem would emerge that would also allow a species like Homo sapiens to come on this planet and thrive here. And that's us, and that's translated as wise human. You know, nature after his demise sort of became more complex, more rich, and even a bit more wiser. And that's likely to happen after our extinction also. Life will bloom again, probably. More complex, more rich, and hopefully a lot more wise. But I have daughters, and I don't want them to suffer. And if the worst case scenarios are true, I don't want me to suffer either. So then what? Something wonderful happened to me. In 2009, I saw a documentary, and it's been on the stage today before, and he has been on the stage before, made by John Liu, the founder of the organization I currently work for. And in that documentary, he showed the incredible transformation of the Chinese Lhasa Plateau. wise human, over the past 5,000, 6,000 years, turned this wonderfully forested area into a desert. The Yellow River is actually called yellow because of the erosion from this plateau. But the Yellow River is no longer yellow. Wise human restored the ecosystem and introduced regenerative agriculture or agroecology. When you see those images, you will intuitively feel that the people that live there are better off. And that documentary blew my mind. It made me realize that this promise of sustainability, of more scarcity, is actually wrong. Of that being a small squeezing box. The promise of sustainability is actually one of abundance. Sure, those social environmental boundaries still exist, but that box is becoming really, really big if we restore ecosystems and regenerate nature. And regenerating nature creates that natural abundance. And it's important to note here that it's natural abundance. Most of our economy right now uses non-renewable and non-bio-based products, except in food. Maybe even there, that's becoming less too. Switching that from that non-renewable economy to a bio-based renewable economy is not going to be easy. It's not easy now. But my point today is knowing that we are then moving to that larger box, that more abundant place, might motivate more people to put their minds and resources to achieving that transition. Not the fear of having to lose stuff, but the idea we're going to gain more, a better place to live, where we are connected with nature again, should motivate us more. So, how do we get there? Everything is done in threes, right? I too have 3 steps. The first one is to show at the local level that this abundance is possible, because that will inspire people to take on that work. So one is inspiration from the proof that abundance is possible. The second one is education. Billions of people need to be put to work on this. That means that the knowledge needs to reach billions of people. And the third one is a bit more complex to explain in one sentence, so I'll just leave it for now. We have to learn how to let go. So let's start with that first one, inspiration. The inspiration that follows that abundance is possible. I'm also going to take you to the Sinai Desert. In the right hand, you'll see the soil that farmers used to have to grow their food on. Food needed a lot of water because it's desert sand. And the harvests were not really very good, hardly subsistence. In the left hand, you see this darker soil. It's got more organic material in it, it holds more water, and hence it needs less water, which is a good thing in a desert, and the yields are much higher, so much higher that they're looking for markets now. That just took 2-3 years. In the tropics, we see farms emerging that are using these techniques called polycultures. And they're also reporting much higher yields than their neighboring monoculture farms. What all these farms are doing, they are using techniques of agroecology, and they're linking to the natural system. And they're reporting these huge yield increases. Actually, some farms report a yield increase of a factor 100. I see you looking, you might be more conservative, a bit skeptic. Let's say it's a factor 10, but that's actually still a lot. And it's the science that got us here. We used to think we have to remove all of nature from our fields to grow our food and the materials we need from nature, or remove forests so that we can have more of these fields. What the science has learned us now is that agriculture at its most natural is actually at its most productive. High trees for timber and nuts, smaller trees for our fruits, bushes, plants for our everything else we need, and even animals, all in the same field, mimicking a natural system. We have learned how ecosystems work, and we've also learned how to mimic them. Second thing is what we've learned is the role of real natural areas near these agricultural systems, where all of biodiversity can bloom. We've learned that their relationship is mutually reinforcing. So what these new farmers are doing, they're also reforesting the hills. They're restoring the savannas. They are restoring the mangroves and the corals. Actually, that's fishers, but still important. They've learned that agroecology and larger natural areas go hand in hand and create that abundance. That's the inspiration. The inspiration that abundance is possible around the world. And like John's documentary, if you look around you, you'll find hundreds of these initiatives around the world where people locally figured out how to create that abundance and are showing the rest of their neighbors on how to do it. And that brings me to that second point, which is education. It might feel intuitively really good, and you intuitively will know that nature is more abundant, but it takes a bit of a deeper insight to know how ecosystems work, how to restore them, or how to mimic them. But if we want to reach billions with this education, the expert world needs to come down from its tower and figure out how to explain how that works to people. And that brings me to that third point, which is more complicated, and that is how we organize these types of approaches. And in that, we're sort of stuck in this scarcity mindset also. Let me explain with an example about my own organization. I often get asked, usually by people who want to put financial resources into what we're doing, the question, how do we intend to scale up to cover the entire planet with our work? And my answer is often very disappointing, and it's therefore also really difficult to get the resources. I'm saying we want to stay small. Our intention is not to be the organization that saves this planet. Our intention is to move forward that inspiration, help get that education to the level of everyday people, especially living in degraded lands, and let things happen. Let all these ideas, all these experiments, all these new thoughts bloom in the places where they are. You know, we're so used in our economy and in the way we deal with our charities to look for a winner, that we put our scarce resources into. Because somewhere we've also been told that nature and life is about competition. But life is not about competition, it's about collaboration. You know, there isn't one tree that grew tall enough to cover everyone with shade and provide us with all the food we need. There's millions of trees that form a forest with all other life. Life is about collaboration. Even being eaten by another species is a form of collaboration in that system. So, what then do? We have to spread these ideas to multiple organizations. And we call this, and this is that third element, we can scale up the impact that we want through scaling out. Not one initiative can cover the entire planet, not one initiative can rescue the entire world, and actually probably not one idea. We need to figure out how we can spread our resources amongst many. And we're seeing already that scaling out works with that three-step formula. That same example in the Sinai, it started at one farm who saw a YouTube film and changed to regenerative agriculture, figured out how to do it, actually called someone at Wageningen. Now 80 farms in a period of just 2 years have come and learned at that farm how to implement those same techniques. There's no central organization in place. There's not someone that's saying, now it's your turn, here's some money. Now it's your turn, here's some money. People come and learn, and they have the tools already to implement this themselves. In Guatemala, one village decided to stop with slash and burn corn cropping because of the detrimental effects on the place where they were living, and switched to agroforestry. Within 5 years, 160 villages followed suit, letting go of slash and burn and introducing agroforestry. They were inspired by the abundance created at that one village. They were able to get the knowledge from that one village, and then they took it to their own homes and implemented it there. I can give at least 60 more examples of where this works. So, inspiration that abundance is possible, to get rid of the skeptics. Education available about how you do this to as many people as possible. And then finally, letting go. Letting go so that this tidal wave of restoration and agroecology can take over this planet and give us all an abundant future. And maybe the next great blooming of life will not take place a few million years from now because of our extinction. That next great blooming of life will take place because we were wise human and started that ourselves. Thanks.
Oh, keep it going for Peter. Woo! And now, there we are, over there. Look, nice and discreet. No one's noticing what's going on. Don't fondle Peter too much now. Be nice to him. And then, oh no, a disaster has happened. Technicalities continue. Okay, we only have one more speaker. I'm about to say this evening, but still not evening. It's a Saturday, guys. I'm confused. I was out teaching improv in Utrecht until midnight yesterday. Fun, I know. And then we went for a drink at the bar, and I'm like, I have nothing on tomorrow. And then someone goes, are you sure? And I was like, yeah. She goes, it's on your Instagram that you got TEDx coming up. And I was like, oh. Oopsie, let's go out. Da-dum-dum-dum, as they work out the whole things. Main interview process, who's going on? This is a good stage. When we did that, we've done them a few times in different locations. We did them in Orion, here on campus. Not fun. Also because someone stupidly designed the light to be one spotlight over here and one over there. And then there's just a red dot in the middle that was completely dark, which made no sense whatsoever. And then we had another one, we did the Unisoft a couple of times. And the Unisoft small room is really fun, very easy. But then a couple of times we got the big room. Were you there, Marcy, for the one with the COVID one? Oh, painful. Oh, so painful, wasn't it? You were there too. You know, there goes the big room. We had, I think it's a seat, it's almost like a 700-seater, I think it is. There's a full-blown theater, 2 levels. There was 14 people inside. 14 people in the audience. They had to sit 3 seats apart each time. And then there was just me on this ginormous stage going, I'm trying to energize you. And everyone was like, we don't need to speak to each other. We don't do this. We don't like each other anymore. Oh, that was exhausting. Luckily, they invited me back the next year. I got a redemption because we had the big room. It was full, I think, 500 people. So much fun. That was great. I'm like, just do a Mexican wave! And I ran from one side to the other. So we got it back eventually. This is what happens when technicalities go wrong, is that Emma just keeps talking about nothing in particular. Anyone want a story? Any story time? What story shall we tell? Peter, you've broken the place. You realise this now, haven't you? Yeah, well, that's it. She disappears. She's like, I've given up. I'm going home now. She goes, I'll be back in a bit. No, sorry, we'll let them work it. Let's try and think of some interesting stories. What other TEDx stories are there? Marcy and I are the only 2 who've been around since like forever. Were you there at the beginning? No, so it's just me since the beginning. I am the dinosaur. And I'm coming to eat you. Would you like it's a collaborative process to be eaten? I was kind of slightly horrified and also kind of impressed. And I was like, I don't want to be eaten, but also I'd be the first to go. Like, the girl don't run, okay? The girl doesn't do any running. Okay, now what should we do? Who should we interview? We lost all, they're all speakers, of course. Yes, that's true. The front row is always empty. Okay, And the tape. There's so much tape on that door frame at this point. So much tape. I feel like we should all just look at them. Look at them. Look at them do it. That's what happens when you use the infamous, what was it called again? I've forgotten. Removable tape. There we are. Well, it removed itself. Everyone ready to rock and roll? We'll let Anna sit down and just, as soon as she sits down, I'll be like, oh, welcome Anna to the stage. And then it'll go on so forth. Okay. Clever intermediate. I like that, Anna. Okay, please make some noise for our very last speaker. Welcome, with lots of noise, Anna Coy! Way!
Last year, I was traveling through the north of Colombia. We were invited as part of the artist collective I worked for to host workshops at a conference on tropical biology. And to that end, we were traveling through the north of Colombia to look for interesting people, places, and initiatives that were innovating the local food system. One night we stayed at an eco-lodge on the edge of the Tayrona National Park. And in the morning, I had a coffee with our host. I was telling him about the current frenzy in research on agroforestry in the Netherlands and the emergence of countless food forests across the country. He looked at me with a frown and said, "I never heard of the word agroforestry before, and nobody here calls it that, but I think that what you're describing is what my neighbor does. Would you like to meet him?" Did I? So there we went on a little walk through the jungle, 30 minutes through monocultural fields, mostly cattle grazing. And as we entered the land of this farmer, an edible forest, practically indistinguishable from the jungle, we realized, how do you find an 85-year-old, nearly deaf farmer in the middle of heavy foliage? You call him by his name. And his name was Madrid. So there I found myself calling Madrid in the Colombian jungle. After a while, we started to feel like intruders on Madrid's land, and we started feeling a bit uncomfortable. But I had set my mind on meeting this farmer, so we stuck around. After about 30 minutes, when we were about to give up the slope comes walking Madrid, carrying a heavy bag of plantains over his shoulder. I was fortunate enough to spend 2.5 hours with Madrid. Madrid had been working his 2.5 hectares of land since he was 15 years old, 70 years of cultivation. He was growing cacao mostly, papaya, and many other crops in a food forest system. He told us, "I know 263 secrets of cacao cultivation, and I'll tell you 3. As Madrid was nearly deaf, he chose exactly what he wanted to tell you. Asking questions was almost, didn't make much sense. He showed us how to sow cacao seeds and how to determine which part of the seed is suitable and will give a good crop according to the hand feel of the seed. He drew the grid of his design of his food forest in the sand with his machete, explaining that each tree needs to be distanced from the other trees in a particular way to allow for a proper light and shadow and nutrient exchange. Madrid's land was for sale. Since he was 85 years old, he was getting too old to work the land. His children were asking him, "Come live with us, Dad, in our comfortable homes in the town." But Madrid told us it was very hard to leave his life's work behind. After 2.5 hours, we left with a strong sense of urgency. What could happen to Madrid's land if it were sold to land speculators or to farmers who would turn it into an oil palm plantation or a cattle grazing site? We decided to find a way to secure Madrid's land and to somehow buy it. However, merely weeks after I met Madrid and after I'd returned to the Netherlands, he passed away. And this taught me a valuable lesson. Traditional knowledge on food cultivation and preparation and preservation is very volatile and can vanish in a second. His land was sold to land speculators from North America, who will probably sell the land a few years from now for a profit and are most probably currently unaware of the treasure that they have in their possession. Madrid took his 263 minus 3 secrets of cacao cultivation to his grave. Now, I've worked in kitchens since I was 16 years old. I still remember very vividly my first day. I was stood at the entrance of the kitchen, watching the chefs moving in concert together, fluently around each other, never bumping into each other, and it intimidated me. This stopped as soon as I entered the kitchen. Everybody kept bumping into each other. The whole day, people were grabbing next to their pots and pans, clumsily dropping things, and bumping into each other. In the years that followed, I worked in many different kitchens, and I realized that this is a recurring phenomenon. When a new person enters a kitchen team, everybody becomes clumsy. But after a couple of days, or sometimes weeks, we learn how to move together, how to anticipate each other's moves, like a flock of birds or a murmuration of starlings. Today, when I look at a kitchen, I see a space of choreography. It's like a dance floor in which knowing when to accelerate and when to slow down at the right moment is crucial, especially with all the knives and the fire involved. However, this choreography is not just a group choreography, it's also an individual choreography. Cooking is a lot about movements, gestures, rhythm, and balance. Think of the rhythm of a mortar and pestle as you make a fresh basil pesto. Think of the very refined motorical skills that you need to make a good dough of bread. Or even think of the balance of a bottle of wine as you pour the liquid and it shifts, the weight shifts in your hand, and you hear the sound of the liquid in the glass. Without looking, any good waiter will know when he has poured enough into the glass. Now, I was fortunate enough to work with chefs from an immigrant background in Amsterdam for a couple of years. There were many days, rainy days mostly in Amsterdam, in our glasshouse kitchen, where I spent afternoons with groups of women who were rolling flatbreads with a speed and an ease that reminded me of a virtuoso musician. But when I asked them for the recipe, they would often smile at me kindly but warily, shrug, and tell me to watch them instead. When you think about it, recipes are very often hard to give. It's like trying to explain to someone how to ride a bicycle. You can't really. It's hard to put some things into words, but our bodies will know. I started to realize that food knowledge is very much body knowledge. It is stored in our sensory memories and in our embodied practices that we share together. The author Michael Pollan came up with a nice term for this, manual flavor. So it's the idea that you can whip egg whites and with your eyes closed basically, and merely from the resistance of the whisk with the egg whites, your hand will know when they've reached the proper consistency. So this begs the question, if knowledge lives in our bodies, then how do we pass it on? Well, historically, this knowledge was passed down intergenerationally, mostly along the female line. One of the women I love to cook with, Josta, she is a Surinamese woman in her 60s, and she always brought a hammer to our cooking sessions, with which she would smash her ginger and garlic. But when I asked her how much of each spice she added to the pickle liquid to make her famous cucumber pickles, she told me, "Girl, I don't use metrics, I use my body. I lift my grandchildren on my hip from a very early age. I hand them the spice jar. I ask them to shake it into the pot. And when they've added enough, I tell them to stop. This way their hands will remember." However, there is a chink in the intergenerational chain. It has been interrupted. Like Madrid's children, who instead of going to him to learn from his ways and live with him on his land, were asking him to move towards them in the town. It's funny because as a chef, people often ask me, "Did your mother teach you how to cook?" But it's ironic that, and I asked my mom for permission to use this anecdote, that I think I learned precisely how to cook because my mom cannot cook. Sometimes in my dreams, the 25-minute boiled cauliflower that I could eat with a straw still haunts me a bit. Whereas my grandmother still knew how to ferment her own vegetables, how to care for plants, and how to prepare a nourishing meal for her family, my mother has been kept largely in the dark when it comes to cultivating, preserving, and preparing food. From the 1950s onwards, we've witnessed an explosive growth of supermarkets, processed foods, and the general commercialization of our food system. So my mother is not the only one. In today's world, we've become very much alienated from our food, where it comes from, who grows it. If you think about it, the average amount of distance that a food product travels lies between 2,500 and 4,000 kilometers. So imagine the epic journey of the banana that you had for breakfast, the spaces it's been to. We've not only become alienated from our food, but also from each other and from our bodies. We're very much stuck in our minds. Now, it's not to worry, it's not too late. I'm not here to tell Helen doom. There are still experts, there are still knowledge holders that are alive and that hold this traditional knowledge, like Madrid. However, like Madrid passed away, unfortunately, we are currently witnessing a global generation gap in agricultural populations. The average age of a farmer worldwide is about 60 years old. And in the United States, 10% of farmers is even over the age of 70. This means that in the next few decades, young generations are going to have to take over. We're witnessing this major shift. However, young generations, my generation, focuses on non-human intelligence and technological fixes. Now, I believe that it's very important that technological innovation is rooted in old knowledge, because there is a crucial difference between information and knowledge. These non-human intelligence systems, they work with information, but this information is virtually meaningless if it's not rooted in embodied practices. Whereas information is rooted in literacy and in words. From the story I've told you, we've seen that a lot of the knowledge can actually not even be put into words, like the women who would shrug and smile at me. I cannot give you a recipe, you have to watch me, you have to do it. Without embodied practices and our sensory memories, information can turn into a golem. So now the big question is, how do we keep this knowledge alive? How can we restore the intergenerational chain? As a sociologist, I'm a food sociologist trained here in Wageningen. I learned to demarcate my study object and to specialize and to narrow it down in order to study it properly. As scientists, we have a tendency to specialize. We know everything about a very specific topic, which then actually kind of prevents us from talking to anyone outside of our discipline who doesn't also know everything about that particular topic. Therefore, I decided I would never want to become an armchair scientist. It's very crucial for me to be immersed in unfamiliar spaces on a regular basis to stay humble. So apart from working in kitchens since age 16, I've also worked at supermarkets, stacking shelves. I've worked at an organic market selling vegetables. I work at farms where I help with the harvest. And actually working at farms showed me that this choreography that's so important in the kitchen, it's also important in agriculture. Think of the movement of harvesting a pear and knowing how to twist it so that it breaks at its natural breaking point. Think of the gestures in scattering seeds across a field. Think of the motorical skills needed for pruning, planting, sowing, harvesting, weeding, and so on and so forth. I've also worked with artist collectives, doing installations and theater performances with food. And here I got the idea to adopt methods from choreography of dance to the realm of food. What if we look at a field or a kitchen as a dance floor with a choreography mapped out? What if we look at our body and how we move through an agricultural field or a kitchen as a choreography? One of my good friends, Fernanda, she's an ethnochoreologist, which is an anthropologist of movement and a dancer. And she told me about this method for transcribing movement. So like you can write down sounds and write music, you can also write down movements. So over the next years, I will be working on adapting these methodologies and developing them in order to hopefully find a way to capture and archive some of the knowledge that still remains. Working in all these different disciplines has taught me a funny paradox. That as scientists, we try to get deeper into a topic, but sometimes it's necessary to zoom out in order to see the interconnected relationships that were until then hidden from your view. We should not lose sight of this embodied knowledge. I think it's our responsibility to restore the intergenerational chain. I went all the way to Colombia to find Madrid, who passed away shortly after I met him. But merely weeks after Madrid passed away, my own grandmother passed away as well. And she was my last remaining grandparent. So we don't have to go all the way to the other side of the world. We can look around us and spend time with the people, with our elders that still hold crucial knowledge. This knowledge can be vital in the light of accelerating climate change, because it helps us to retain agency over our food provisioning, resilience and self-sufficiency for where our food comes from and how it is grown. Thank you very much.
Keep it going, Fiona! Woo! Okay, so in the spirit of Dutch winters, it's getting dark outside already. Okay, now we're almost at the end of the event. I was about to say the evening. Here we are again. We're almost at the end of the event. Before I close off things officially, there's meant to be a final summary and so on. Who's in charge of that? You all look at each other. See, this would be great to have this in an email, wouldn't it? Then I'd know what to do. You're in charge, are you? Oh, Vivian, come out of here. Hey, way! So, I'm going to pass you over to Vivian. Vivian's going to say her words, and then it makes sense. It says chair. See, I just thought we sat on you. I thought that was it. We're suddenly, and you saved my life earlier with the ibuprofen. You're doing very well, Vivian. I've got to stop you. So I'm going to leave you with Vivian for a little bit, and then I'll come back on and we'll do some more applauses, and then we'll call it a day. All right? A round of applause for the wonderful Vivian.
Thank you. So, since it's the end of the day, I guess I, speaking as the head of TEDx Wageningen University, would like to say a few things. Basically, it's just a whole round of thank yous. I hope I'm not forgetting anyone. So first of all, I would like to thank our audience for coming. Thank you for spending your day with us. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Then, of course, we'd like to thank the sponsors, Wageningen Dialogues, Wageningen Ambassadors, the Social Kickstart Fund, for providing us with some very well needed financial support. You always need some money to put things like this on. Then, of course, also we'd like to thank the venue, Omnia, for letting us host our event here. Then, who else do we need? Of course, I need the rest of the team. Thank you for all your hard work this past year. We could never have done it without you, of course. Then, of course, Emma, thanks for hosting. You did a really good job. Then we also have Marcy, the speakers coach, who prepared all the speakers. Yes, and last but not least, the speakers themselves, without whom we wouldn't have an event like this. So big round of applause for you. Yes, I think that's all the thank yous. I do have one little... Oh, yes, of course, the dancers. I knew I was going to forget someone. Of course, the 2 dance groups. Okay, and then last but not least, little announcement information in for our own costs. If you are interested in maybe helping organize this event next year, feel free to reach out to us or scan the QR code outside. I think it's because we're going to open our applications very soon. And then also, if you're interested in a similar smaller event, the TEDx Salons, we have the first one in February where we're gonna spend an evening together, watch a TED Talk and then discuss it, so it's a bit more interactive and we don't just have someone talking. If you're interested in that, also you can sign up on the QR code, and then we'll let you know once we have more details and once you can sign up for the actual event. Yes, and I believe that is everything. Thank you.
Oh, ooh. This is when you learn who's the loud people in the room. And that would be me. All right. I know, plot twist. Who knew? It's been an awful lot of fun to be here today doing TEDx with you. I will leave you with the last set of rounds of applause. It's been amazing to be here. Can I get a round of applause once again for all the wonderful volunteers helping us out today? Woo! Can I get a big round of applause for all the wonderful speakers? Way! Oh, dramatic. I was going to say stay behind because they'll ask for a picture, but here we are. Plot twist. You know, the last time someone walked up on stage to me was on Friday, and I had jokingly said, who's got the best pickup line? And this girl walked on. Marcia, can I borrow you for a second? Come here. It's the best pickup line I've ever seen. So we've gone through a few of them, like, oh, you know, they're nice and everything. And then this girl got up out of her seat, walked on, went, let's get you out of those wet clothes. And I was like, ow! Marcia, I had to do it for you. There you are. Thank you very much. Okay, all the speakers are here. Who are you missing? Where's Anna? Anna's like, who? There's someone else. I feel like we're still missing some. Have we lost? You make it sound like they've died. When you do that, that makes it like they've been... What are you wanting the speakers for? Oh, that's it. Everyone destroys each other. There we are. Always good. This isn't awkward at all, is it? No. What do you want them for? Oh, for gifts. Okay, great. Oh, well, that's okay. We didn't like them. I don't mean it. There's someone going, aww. I wasn't being genuine. Go on, go on. Give it. I will keep people entertained in the meantime. Oh, it looks like a good selection. We got some flowers, some chocolates. Look at that. There we are. Look at all these. Even my lovely helper's back. Just check there. There are little space there. So there we are. As everyone hands them off, as we do. Sorry? It's good chocolate? As always should be good chocolate. Oh, socially good. So it doesn't taste very nice, is what we're saying. But socially, it's lovely. That's what it is. Great. Would you like to do the picture with them now with everybody here, or can they wait until afterwards and we don't embarrass them? I don't really mind either way, to be honest. Because I assume you'd like them in the light. What is going on? Again, if they had just emailed me. Oh, Marcy's up there. Look. Oh, hello, Marcy. Way! Woo! Oh, you bring me a flower? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Katrin. Way! Woo! Oh, they're pretty. Excellent stuff. Okay. Do you want them to stay or can they go? Well, you all look at each other. One of you must know. Done. Great. Guys, you can go sit down. Don't worry. It's all Marcy, you're free. Marcy, hold my plant. Thank you very much. You can all have a seat. Well done. Okay, we thanked the speakers. We thanked Can we thank Wouter and was it Wouter and Martijn? I was like the Dutch duo. The Dutch duo. Give them a round of applause. They've been standing all day. The wonderful people of Omnia, all kind of good stuff. Okay, I'm going to leave you the biggest round of applause to you guys because we can't make it happen without you. Give yourselves a round of applause. Have a lovely evening, and I will see you soon. Good night.